Will the recessed Housing and Land Use Committee meeting of June 9th, 2025 come to order? It is now 5:02 p.m. on June 24th, 2025. I'm Tasha Kama, Chair of the Housing and Land Use Committee. This online meeting is being conducted in accordance with the Sunshine Law. Members, when your name is called, if you are not with me in the chamber, please identify by name who, if anyone, is in your workspace with you today. Minors do not need to be identified. Any questions before we begin, members? Seeing none, thank you. So I want to say aloha wina la to Committee Vice Chair Nohe U'u Hodgins.
Aloha Chair, aloha everyone. I'm at my private residence. I have 5 minors running around the house and 1 adult koa Hodgins. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Want to go and say aloha awina avakea to Chair Lee.
Aloha avakea, kako. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our chambers. Thanks.
Want to say good evening and aloha avakea to Council Vice Chair Yukile Sugimura.
Aloha avakea, and looking forward to a productive meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. And we want to say aloha avakea to Councilmember Tamara Paulton. I don't see her online. Does anyone see her?
She was here.
Oh, okay, she's okay. We'll just recognize her when she comes back. Want to say aloha avakea to Councilmember Gabe Johnson.
Aloha Chair, Council members, community members, there's no testifiers over at the Lanai District Office, and I'm alone on my side of the office, and I'm here and ready to work. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And we want to say aloha avakea to Councilmember Keani Rollins Fernandez.
Aloha awina la. Avakea ends at about like 2 p.m. And then it's awina la. The sun is going down.
Still good.
I am alone in my room at my private residence, and there are currently no testifiers at the Molokai District Office. And Chair, I was signed in earlier, and I fully understand what all the testifiers who had trouble with Teams getting their mic to work, because I heard you say, I can't see Keani. And I was on, and I was like, I'm right here, but my camera and mic won't work. So, you know, I feel for all of our testifiers. And what I did is, if you have a MacBook, if you go to force quit and then you force quit and then you reopen the application, then it could work. If you have a PC, I can't help you. Okay, mahalo, Chair.
Okay, so all you Mac users, thank you for that. So I want to say aloha winola to Councilmember Tom Cook.
Aloha Chair, aloha members. I'm at my home office in Kihei. There's nobody at the Kihei office to give testimony, and I'm looking forward to this evening. I was planning on coming to the chambers, but I leave at early morning tomorrow on a flight to Big Island for a training. So thank you for allowing me to do it from home.
Absolutely. And so we want to say aloha winola to Councilmember Shane Sinensi. And there he is.
Hey, aloha Chair, aloha winala, kako. My Maui Hikina here at my home office, and I'm here by myself. No testifiers in Hana, Chair.
Thank you. We have with us in the Department of the Corporation Counsel, Mr. Nahulu Nunakawa. Aloha winala.
Aloha winala, Chair and Council members.
So members, since we expect to continue to take testimony for the entire time set aside for this meeting, we are not permitted to ask questions of the administration until we have concluded testimony, to avoid the possibility of discussion that is beyond the simple question that veers into deliberations. To respect the time of the administration staff, their attendance in person is optional, and they may be in attendance virtually and welcome their attendance if their schedules allow. At this time, I want to welcome Councilmember Tamara Paulton. Aloha winala.
Aloha winala kaku. Safe travels to anyone coming from the west side. The surf is up and the moon is kind of newish.
Thank you for that. So I want to say aloha winola to our committee staff, Mr. James Cougar, our senior legislative analyst.
Good evening, Chair and members.
I want to say aloha winola to our legislative analyst, Ellen McKinley.
Aloha winola.
And we want to say aloha winola to our committee secretary, Jennifer Yamashita.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. Evening, sorry.
We also want to say aloha winola to our legislative attorney, Colin Nakata.
Aloha, Chair and members.
And we have Ms. Leigh Deneen out in the lobby taking all of our testifiers, and that is our assistant clerk, Leigh Deneen. So thank you, members, for attending today's HLU committee meeting. And we have one single item on the agenda today. It's Bill 9, amending chapters 19.12, 19.32, and 19.37 of the Maui County Code relating to transit vacation rentals in apartment districts. We're scheduled to meet today until 8 this evening. Given the continued interest in the bill, we may still be hearing testimony up until that time. If we have many testifiers on the list, I will recess this meeting to June 25th, 2025 at 1 p.m. But I will be asking you members towards the end of our scheduled time at 8 p.m. if there appears to be an opportunity that we could conclude oral testimony this evening. I will also recess this meeting for one mid-meeting break around 6:30 for 10 minutes. And I hope that by providing this information now, that members and the public are better informed as to how we'll be managing our meeting time. And I ask for your full cooperation and participation. So in accordance with the Sunshine Law as chair, I will be calling for testimony for our single item agenda in the following order. A last call for those who were called in the previous meetings on this topic, but who did not respond to that call for testimony. Those who were on the testifier list yesterday, but were not called to testify. And finally, those who signed up for testimony tonight. Members, staff will be calling those who have been on the list, but have not responded to the call to testify in our prior meetings in groups of 5. Please listen and indicate your readiness to testify when you hear your name. If you do not indicate your readiness, we will not call you again to testify later in this meeting. Since this is a recess meeting, if you have already provided your oral testimony, you will not be able to testify again, but you are always welcome to submit written testimony via e-comment. I ask those here and online to testify. Please address your comments in favor or against the bill to the chair of the committee, not to others in the office or other members of the public. I will need to enforce decorum in this meeting and in all future meetings on this bill. To respect this space as a safe space for all voices to speak, again, I ask for your kokua. So let's proceed with public testimony. For individuals testifying in person, you can sign up to testify with the staff members in the 8th floor lobby. For Microsoft Teams participants logged in via web or the Teams app, please indicate that you would like to testify by clicking the raise your hand icon in the top right of your window, and staff will add your name to the testifiers list. If you are joined by telephone, *5 will raise your virtual hand, and staff will put your name on the testifiers list. Please keep your audio and video muted until you're called to testify. Written testimony is encouraged and can be submitted via the e-comment link at mauicounty.us/agendas. Oral testimony is limited to 3 minutes per item. When you reach the 2-minute mark, you will hear an audible notice. We will test that audible notice now. Thank you, James. If you are still testifying when the notice sounds, please complete your testimony within the remaining minute. Given the volume of expected testimony, I will have to hold you firmly to those limits. When testifying, we ask that you state your full name for the record, and anonymous testimony is also accepted. For those on Microsoft Teams, please ensure your name appears in Teams as the name you prefer to be referred to, or as anonymous if you wish to testify anonymously. If you're in person, please notify staff if you'd like to testify anonymously. Otherwise, please state your name for the record at the beginning of your testimony. Decorum will need to be maintained throughout this meeting, and the violation of decorum may result in being removed from the chamber or the online meeting. Again, this is a public space and must be a safe space for all voices to be spoken and heard, and I'm believing that we'll conduct ourselves in a professional manner. I will only enforce the rules of decorum when a testifier breaks decorum. A testifier will be reminded the first time I see the rules of decorum have been violated. Any additional reminders, I will then have to direct staff to silence the microphone, and your testimony time will be considered complete. You can also view the meeting on Akaku Channel 53, Facebook Live, or mauicounty.us/agendas. Thank you all for your cooperation. And at this time, I'm going to ask staff to call our next testifiers wishing to testify on Bill 9 according to the current list of testifiers.
Chair, for testifiers signed up on a previous day, we will be calling names in sets of 5. If your name is called, please raise your hand on Teams or identify yourself if you are in the chamber. Here are the first 5 names: Susan Hollis, David Switzenberg, John Angel, Marty Werner, Susan McIntosh. Chair, we will do a brief countdown to see if anyone identifies themselves. 3, 2, 1. Chair, seeing no one, we will proceed with the next 5 names. Hoi Thung Ha, Robin Knox, I do see her on Teams, and then Jenny Tovio Tufuga and Charles Andrian. Ms. Knox, you're unmuted on our end.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. And thank you for allowing me to be on the list again, even though I didn't respond when you called earlier, because I have been moving, which is something that I'm going to talk about in my testimony. I would ask you to recall the saying that the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over again and expecting different results. And I would ask you not to be insane with your vote on Bill 9. I support Bill 9 because the last 2 to 3 decades of decisions by the county council have favored off-island investors more than they favored the residents of the county. And so don't repeat that insanity. Vote in a way that will support residents. That being said, everything's not black and white. I think there are good amendments that could be made that might reduce the number of Minatoya lists where short-term rentals are prohibited, but still provide a great number of additional rentals for our community. For instance, I personally would not object if there are residents who, and I mean full-time residents, vote here, driver's license here, all that kind of stuff. If there are residents who own one condo, I would not object to them being able to do short-term rentals. But these people that are investors and who have multiple condos, those are the ones where some policy intervention is needed. And then I'd also like to say that the costs that everyone's talking about, the economic losses and the losses of their retirement and all of these things, a lot of those are projected and haven't actually happened, whereas the costs that haven't been quantified, like residents, are happening, really happening. And that's where the moving comes in. I wanted to draw your attention to, due to our housing shortage, people are having to move frequently, and it can easily cost $10,000 to move. By the time you get first and last month's rent and all the requirements of landlords for professional cleaners and pest control and all the things you have to do when you move out. So our people are really suffering, not just from the shortage of housing, but from the insecurity of their housing. So thank you very much for allowing me to testify.
Thank you. Members, any questions for our testifier? I have a question for you. So did you say that you would be open to having local people who by ID card or whatever?
Oh, I couldn't hear you, Chair.
I'm sorry. Did you say in your testimony that you would be okay with local people owning an STR?
Yes, I did. I think the policy change that's needed is for policies to benefit our residents, not off-island investors. And, you know, the statistics that the administration presented at the beginning showed that the vast majority of these are owned by off-island investors, and many of them own multiple units. I don't, any of us are kind of saying, oh, we don't want Auntie to be able to realize her retirement dream, you know, that she saved up her money from cleaning hotel rooms and she bought a condo and now she has a short-term rental. I don't think that is the policy that we're trying to enact to get rid of that opportunity for local people. I think what we're trying to do is shift our economic policy to something more reliable than tourism and to something that benefits our local residents more than it does off-island investors.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Members, any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you so very much. Ellen?
Chair, the next 5 testifiers, please identify yourselves if you hear your name. John Simpliciano, Jacqueline Tavares, Ron Celiardo, Nick Neal, and Jack Van Boning. We'll do a brief countdown. 3, 2, 1. Chair seeing no one identifying themselves, we'll go on to the next 5. Jim Walsh, Peter Davis, Jennifer Chon, Kelly Keahi, and John Steinbach. We'll do a brief countdown. 3, 2, 1. Chair proceeding with the next 5. Tatum Herrick, Peter Laszlo, Brian Banks, we do believe he's here, Brandy Corpuz, and Kathy Englert. Brian, please go ahead.
Aloha, Chairperson, Council members, and my fellow citizens. My name is Brian Banks. I'm a 26-year full-time resident of Maui and a short-term rental owner. I strongly oppose Bill 9. I want to highlight 3 key points that I believe have been overlooked. First, STRs don't make a profit. Contrary to what we heard many times during these hearings, most STRs don't remove the money from Maui. The STR income covers the costs and allows owners to visit a place they love. The money stays here. It pays local property managers, cleaners, maintenance crews, contractors, and a significant amount in taxes. I shared with you a sample income statement from a typical Wailea STR. 30% of revenue goes to county taxes, 10% to state taxes, so 40% total to taxes, 55% to local jobs, 5% to insurance. the owner at best breaks even or ends up losing about 10%. And that's assuming the mortgage is paid off. Second, history shows these units won't convert to local housing. We have seen this before. In 2008, when the real estate market crashed, Wailea condo prices dropped by 50%. Still, local families didn't buy them or rent them. Third, the importance of property rights. This is the most important point because it has long-term lasting impacts. When we erode property rights, we lose trust and investment. It discourages people from owning here, depresses property values, eliminates jobs, and weakens our tax base. And about 100% of the savings of local families are tied in their homes. If the real estate prices go down by half, their retirement savings will go down by half. It won't help any of us. When we talk about the economic impacts of banning STRs, we talk about the immediate impact on tax revenues and jobs. But the long-term consequences could be much broader and much more damaging. Look at the news. Something happens in the Middle East, stock market crashes. Even if you don't own any stock, it impacts us because everything is connected. Imagine if something at the other side of the world has that much impact on us. What would be the impact of dumping 7,000 condos on the real estate market? Everyone is watching your decision. If people worry what's next and feel that their property is not safe, they'll go elsewhere, and we will lose jobs, tax revenue. We will all suffer.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Banks.
you for your time.
Members, questions for our testifier? Member Paulton?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Banks, for your testimony. Could you clarify how much STRs you own on Maui?
Yes, I'm glad you asked that question because for a while you stopped asking. So I would like to give you a more complete answer than other people did because we are not just a number.
I just really
we moved here 26 years ago. My wife and I, we love it here. We are immigrants. We love the diverse population here. We worked very hard.
Me too, but I just wanted the number because plenty of people want to.
I understand, but I think it would help you to hear the story of one person at least. I brought in, working with other people, more than $100 million worth of government contracts and create more than 100 jobs.
Mr. Banks, I'm sorry, but could you just respond to Member Paulton's question as to how many STRs you own? Is that possible to just give her a number?
Yes. We put all our savings to STRs.
That's okay. I can just look it up on the TMK.
And we own four.
My other question.
We own 4 Wailea STRs.
I'm done with that, but I looked it up. You own like 3. Thank you. But the other question I had was, when you said that the prices will go down in 2008 and nobody took advantage of it, what are your statistics on that? Because after the 2008 crash, my ohana was able to purchase a home, and I'm a local person, so I just wanted to know if you had any statistics, because from what you said, I wouldn't be able to have a house right now.
I was very specific talking about these condominiums, especially Wailea condominiums.
But you also said everything is interconnected.
That's correct.
That's the interconnected. The stock market crashed in 2008. My ohana was able to purchase a home after that. That's the interconnectedness.
I'm very happy for them.
So I'm asking what statistics that no locals were able to own.
And I was sharing you my statistics. I've been in the Wailea real estate market since 1999. And I know pretty much, because there's a limited number of them, I know pretty much everything that exchanges hands. In 2008.
Can you send that in? Because I don't know if I want to just take your word for it. Send it in. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Banks. Members, any other questions for our testifier? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
Chair calling the next 5 testifiers. If your name is called, please raise your hand on Teams or identify yourself if you are in the chamber. Here are the next 5 names. Austin, Wendy Anderson, Jessica Taguiped, Kirsten, Roger Williams is on Teams. And those are the next 5. Mr. Williams, can you unmute yourself and give your testimony, please? Mr. Williams, if you're having trouble, you can try calling in on the information in the chat. Chair, shall I go on with the next 5 names?
Please, thank you.
Next testifiers are John Webb, to be followed by Lonnie, Paul Belshoff, Teresa O'Toole, and Bonnie. Do a brief countdown. 3, 2, 1. Chair, should we proceed with the next testifiers?
Yes, thank you.
PDG, to be followed by Gregory Wilson, Arthur C., George Fulton, Brian Ocasio. Do a brief countdown. 3, 2, 1. Chairing, seeing no one responding. The next 5 testifiers, please do raise your hand on, Please do raise your hand on Teams or make yourself known in the chamber. The next 5 are Owen Kahokahane, to be followed by Cliff K., Lenny English, Sarah Ann, and Barber.
I have Owen on the line. Go ahead, Owen.
Hello, my name is Owen Kahokahane, and I lived in Lahaina on 1410 Front Street. Our family home for about 60 years. Living there growing up as a kid. And I guess 20 years ago, housing was affordable for a lot of the employees, especially for the hotel industry. And they had condominiums set up for that. They didn't have the long-term rentals available in homes, so condominiums actually took up that. And eventually, I guess that got phased out. But unfortunately, the prices of homes kept increasing, and it's getting harder and harder for local people to afford to buy their own homes in Maui. And it was a problem, 10, 15 years ago. And it's quadrupled because of the fire. And it's sad because we have people that are not part of the Lahaina area or in Hawaii that's being supported by the higher rental prices, and they're being catered. And unfortunately, the local people are being phased out, and we have to deal with the aftermath. I'm hoping that we can resolve the issue and figure out a way to decrease or completely stop these short-term rentals and allow, at least in this process, find a way to make it where we don't have to tell our keikis to move away. We need to keep them here in the islands. And it's tough. My son doesn't live here. He lives in Vegas because he can't afford. I have 2 daughters that live in Alaska because they can't afford to live here. Fortunately, I have 1 daughter that lives in Oahu, and that's because her family was able to help set something up years ago. But it's sad we can't even keep our own children here in the islands while we're letting other people dictate what kind of costs and what prices are for the housing market will be. I hope that that my testimony to you will be sufficient, and all we are asking is to consider the local people. We're the ones going to be here day in, day out, and we're stuck with the taxes, and the short-term rentals are doing taxes on the mainland.
Brother Owen, your
Thank you,
time's up.
Mr. Kahokahane.
Okay.
Members,
Owen.
questions?
All right. Well, I hope this
Yeah,
works.
you got one
I
question?
appreciate-
Owen? Member
one
Paulson
question?
has a question for you.
Yes.
Thank
ahead,
you,
Member
Chair.
Paulson.
Thank you, Mr. Kahahane. I just wanted to clarify, you said that 20 years ago, long-term rental use in the condos was phased out and it became more short-term rentals, and kind of what you said?
Did you hear that, Owen?
Yes. Because a personal friend of mine actually used to live in Puailani, and that's not available now. People that turned that into, short-term rental instead of long-term.
To clarify, you support Bill 9?
To clarify, you support Bill 9, Owen?
I support Bill 9 to phase out short-term rentals. Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Owen.
Members, any other questions for Mr.
Thank you.
Kahahane? Seeing none. Thank you.
Mahalo. He's at work.
Yeah. Saves time. Staff?
Chair, proceeding with the next 5 names, please make yourself known to staff or raise your hand on Teams if your name is called. James Harbor, Brian Paris, last 4 digits 0942, last 4 digits 9581. We do see them on the call, and last 4 digits 8047. Will the caller with the last 4 digits, 9581, please unmute? You can do that by pressing *6, and please state your name for the record. Testifier with the last 4 digits, 9581, it's your turn to testify. *6 to unmute. Chair, should we proceed with the next?
Yes, please.
Chair, the next testifier is Allie Miller, Raoul Goodness, Noreen McKinley, Sheri Curry, and Jarrett Chapin. If any of you are present, please make yourself known. Raise your hands on Teams or let staff know in the chamber. Chair will do a brief countdown for those folks. 3, 2, 1. Chair, seeing no one, shall we go on to the next?
Oh, please.
The next 5 testifiers are Rob Kay, Kevin. Caller with the last four digits 2711. Kaliko Taruya and Gretchen Lasano. Chair, don't see anyone responding to those. So last call 3, 2, 1 on those names. Chair, the next testifier is Nia Fitzpatrick, and then Keith J., Reverend Jules Givet, CC Marks, and that is all from the previous day's signups. Thank you.
Okay.
We do show that Nia Fitzpatrick is in the chamber.
Oh, okay, good.
Aloha, mai kako. This is Nia Fitzpatrick on Teams. Should I start?
Yes, please.
Okay. Well, first I want to say thank you guys to the Maui County Council for being here to listen to our testimony. And thank you also for your patience with the technology and all of that. I just really appreciate that you guys are giving us so many different ways to be heard. I originally wasn't sure if I should testify. I didn't know what exactly I had to say to add to the conversation. But after attending in person last week, I felt inspired to add my piece to the conversation. So this evening, I would like to testify in support of Bill 9. I am not Kanaka, nor was I born here, but I am Keikioka Aina. I grew up in Hawelo, and of my 8 siblings, only 2 of us are able to live here now. So all of my siblings between the ages of maybe, like 25 to 40, we've all had to move off island just as renters, not even talking about trying to purchase our own home. I also have an uncle who was living unhoused on the beach in Kihei, and he suffered a traffic fatality. He was crossing the street and was killed by a motor vehicle. I think if he had a home with a roof over his head, that might not have been the outcome of his story. I feel strongly that we need to focus on people over profits at this time, despite UHero's estimates that we may suffer approximately 1,900 lost jobs and an economic downturn based on the fact that the future is uncertain in our nation and in the world. We can't really base our decisions on those projections. We have to base our decisions on a heart-centered place of what do our people and what does Maui County truly need. I'm strongly in support of Bill 9 as well, because I've been struggling for approximately 5 years to even find affordable housing for myself as a single individual. And I now live in a 1-bedroom, which feels like a luxury. A 1-bedroom should not feel like a luxury. Housing should not feel like a luxury. Affordable housing should not feel like a luxury. Please take into consideration all of the powerful testimonies you have heard in support of Bill 9 and our Kanaka Maoli and our future generations. And please vote from the heart. Mahalo.
Thank you. Members, questions? Member Paulton has a question for you, Nia.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Fitzpatrick. I was wondering how many parking spaces would you need if you were to get a unit?
I would need 1 parking space, but I also know unhoused individuals that don't have a car at all, so they would probably be happy with a house and 0 parking spaces.
And then would 300 square feet be too little bit?
No, not at all. I also grew up in a a one-room shack in Ho'olo with a family of 4. So any roof, any door, really, any wall can feel like a luxury for many of our families.
Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. Members, any others, questions? Seeing none, thank you so very much, Ms. Fitzpatrick. Staff?
Chair
Mahalo.
Cece Marks has indicated that she is on the call, and we just called her.
Okay, good.
Cece, you can go ahead and unmute yourself and testify, please. Cece, if you could please call in with the information listed in the chat. We're sorry that it doesn't appear you're able to unmute. Chair, I wanted to clarify as well that for folks that signed up yesterday and didn't get called, we will be calling them now, proceeding with those names, and we'll be calling 3 at a time. We have Heather, and then Kanyella Ing, and then Steve Gadsby. Heather, if you can unmute yourself, it's your turn to testify. Chair, should we proceed with Kanyella Ing, please?
Yes, please.
Mr. Ing, can you? Okay.
Aloha, Chair Kamo. I'm Kanyella Ing. Airbnb and vacation rentals have destroyed the dream of my generation. Local people owning homes and staying in Hawaii. But this bill, Bill 9, is a rare chance to do the right thing, to return thousands of homes to Kama'aina and Kanaka Maoli, to make right what was stolen from us. Every testimony I've heard these past few days opposing the bill starts with the same 5 words. I own a few units. And every time it's someone not from here, often not even living here. But you know who doesn't own a home? The locals. The working people who make Maui what it is. The hundreds of Hawaiians testifying these past few days in tears. People like me. I was born and raised on Maui, but I can't afford to live or even visit the island that raised me. My mom had to sell our family home, so no more Christmas at grandma's house for my kids. They won't surf or fish or hunt in the places I learned to be Hawaiian. She lives in senior housing now, and when we visit, we have to stay at a hotel. So yeah, it's personal. Hawaii is short around 64,000 homes. There are 89,000 short-term rentals. Roughly 75,000 of them are illegal. Converting these won't fix everything, but it's the single most impactful step we can take today, far more than we can build in the next decade. And even more importantly, it sends a message to the greedy, a demand signal, that our island is not a playground for the rich, that this land is for growing food, growing family, not hoarding wealth, for our memories, not your margins. Maui is for Sunday dinners, baby luau's, quiet mornings, and musical nights. Not for someone's passive income or your escape from a job that actually contributes to society. Now, some argue $4,000 is too much for locals to rent, but it was under $2,000 when you bought the place. It's your demand and the artificial scarcity created by short-term rentals that raised the price. You can't blame the very problem you helped create. I worked in the city council, the state legislature. I've led national housing campaigns. I've seen what works. Social housing in Vienna and Singapore, rent stabilization in Oregon and St. Paul. We have the solution. What we need is our leaders, you in this committee, to have the political will. I see our kupuna today, cheeks soaked with tears, not just because of the terrible reality of this issue, but because they finally have hope. They're seeing these young people standing up and realizing that we actually might have a chance this time. So let us help you. Let all of us here help you, help us rediscover the paradise of our home, like the tourists get to. Many of my generation feel abandoned, like the generation before us let go of the rope. But Chair Kama and committee, you have a chance to prove otherwise, to put a capstone on your amazing life of service, for this decision is ultimately how you will be remembered. So please pass this bill and return Maui's home to its working class. Mahalo me ka oia iho.
Members, any questions for Mr. Ing? Seeing none, it's nice to see you, Kanyella. Aloha.
Nice to see you. Aloha.
Steph?
Chair, the next testifier is Heather, if she's able to unmute. If not, Steve Colley. And then we'd like to go to Roger Williams, who seems to be able to testify now.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Yes, can you hear me? Great. Thank you. I'm in opposition of Bill 9. The impact of Bill 9 on the Maui economy has already been negative, and its passage would certainly be more so. COVID, the Lahaina fires, a strong U.S. dollar, tariffs, and now Bill 9. Maui business owners cannot afford more pressure in this tourism-reliant economy. All of this divisiveness airing out in public is further hurting Maui's ability to attract future investment. Why would anyone invest in an environment with so much negativity and uncertainty? To clarify, Maui isn't Barcelona or New York City or some other large city with multinational businesses employing thousands of people. Maui is 2,500 miles of ocean from the mainland, and due in part to expensive transportation needs to rely on tourism to afford housing, pay for groceries, etc. Take Mallorca. Mallorca is part of Spain. It's about an hour flight from Barcelona. It's its own island. They fully support short-term rentals, but they are regulated. So could this be a solution? Rather than taking the dramatic plunge of Bill 9, which doesn't guarantee any housing supply, my recommendation is that Maui regulate legal short-term rentals, having all owners register their properties. This proof of registration would be mandatory to list Maui properties on sites such as Airbnb and VRBO. Additionally, I suggest charging short-term renters for annual registration. These fees would be available to police illegal short-term rentals. A short-term rental housing task force could be formed with these funds to ensure illegal rentals would be identified quickly. This could free up hundreds of properties, which would be available for long-term rental purposes without the negative economic impact of Bill 9. Concurrently, a list should be organized of those seeking housing and what their monthly budget would be so that we could marry the two groups. Separately, and I take great offense to this over these last 4 days, short-term rental owners are not greedy, uncaring people. We directly called our West Maui friends to see what we could do to help after the fires. We gave our home to a family of 4 for 7 weeks for free until they were able to find a more permanent residence. My wife rallied our other 15 owners, which ended up housing 3 other fire-affected families. 2 of our properties continue to house FEMA-supported families, even though FEMA stopped returning our calls. As well, many of us made donations to GoFundMe sites and charities. To further squash these poor narratives, these false narratives about owners, none of our 16 owners own more than 1 unit on Maui. None of our 16 owners are either. We're a leasehold property and each paying $1,900 to a Maui family for the use of their land. That's $365,000 per year to a Maui family. That's money that stays on island, unlike the profits of multinational hotel corporations. Frankly, I really don't understand why any
members, do you have questions?
Anyways, I want affordable housing for everybody on Maui. There has to be a better answer.
Yes, thank you. There are no questions from our members. Thank you, Mr. Colley. Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Roger Williams, to be followed by Andrea Comtock.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Aloha, Chairman, thank you. First, I just want to point out that I did house first responders during their shifts when many of them were unhoused, and also other members, even though that would not be reflected in the data. I do not support the bill in its current form. It does not meet the intention of returning properties to workforce, as it impacts several resort properties that were not intended for workforce housing. The bill also eliminates a carved out or planned developments in its text, which seems intentional. Great deal of these properties are not affordable by locals by Maui's own standard, whether it's 100 or 140% of income. This is an issue of affordability for buyers, and they need both income and capital. Since the mayor's announcement, condo prices have declined 30%. Listings have increased from 200 to 800. Where are the buyers, and where will they get the capital to buy these? The mayor has stated many times many of these units do not belong on the list. He also stated that he only really needs 500 units. Maui County should not rely on investors renting long-term because they will not. It does not make financial sense. Maui County should be buying these units and renting them to locals. This problem will only get worse, especially if there's no building in Maui. Hawaii and California home prices have gone up 100% in the last 10 years, while wages in California have gone up 60%, while wages in Maui have gone up only 35%, with a very low minimum wage of $14 an hour. The government needs to own its own pool for locals and rent these properties at affordable rates to locals. Maui has the ability to issue bonds, raise taxes, and just receive $1.6 billion for affordable housing. Use this instead of trying to force all housing prices down to a level that is not achievable. If you cannot build, the Maui government should buy for its residents. Maui residents at current incomes respectfully cannot compete with outside capital. Everyone knows this, and everyone also realizes this will not solve, the current bill will not solve the issue of affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, questions? Member Paulton has a question for you, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Williams. I was wondering if you could clarify what you meant by a carve out for planned developments. Are you saying planned developments should be included in this bill?
Yes, there's a section in the bill where it says where the previous bill allowed apartment district short-term rentals that were zoned apartment district and planned developments that allowed short-term rentals. The current bill has that bracketed, so it seeks to eliminate that. Seems inconsistent that planned developments for resorts should be excluded. That is my point.
Do you know what page that was on?
It's in the latter section of the bill.
Okay, thank you.
I can pull it up. It's in section 1932.040. The bracketed, the planned development, it talks about planned developments, and those are removed from allowing short-term rentals. So I think if the council took that action, it would be more consistent with the target towards original workforce housing, and it should restore that bracketed section back to the bill as opposed to eliminate that language.
Thank you. I'll check it out.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Andrea Comtock, to be followed by Gabriel G.G., and then Keith Jayashko. Andrea Comtock, if you can unmute. If you're having trouble doing so, you can call in on the number in the chat. Chair, shall we call the next testifiers? Next testifier will be Gabriel Gigi, to be followed by Keith Jaiko, and then Sne Patel. Chair, we're just admitting Andrea Comtock to the meeting, and we do have Sne Patel ready, I believe.
Okay. So who's up, Sne or Andrea?
We have both Andrea Comtock and Sne Patel.
I see
So
Sne.
Andrea, if you can unmute, please do so now. If you're having trouble doing so, I'm sorry, please call in on the number on the chat. Sne, please go ahead.
Sne, you want to give your testimony?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hey, aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, council members. Sne Patel, I've been a full-time resident for Maui for 23 years. Literally came here with nothing, just a phone number and a dream, I guess. Slept on a couch in Waikuli for months. Yeah, it's hard to find rentals when you first get here. Worked multiple jobs, eventually saved enough to buy my first condo. My wife and I currently raising 3 boys here. We owned a short-term rental and a long-term rental, both destroyed in the fire. You know, I never looked at owning property as taking from anyone. You know, I earned it all. After years of renting, my wife and I bought that condo in Lahaina. Specifically chose it, paid more for it because it was legally allowed to be a short-term rental in the future. We figured when we outgrew it, and that's what happened. We were able to rent it. That rental income actually qualified us to get the bigger home as our family grew. Able to send our kids to Sacred Hearts preschool. Allowed my wife to kind of, you know, stay at home in those early years. Gave me time to actually serve in the community, to serve on these boards, commissions, advocate for businesses. I'm not here today opposing the bill because I fear like losing income or my rights or anything like that. I just fear it because, you know, I'm opposing it because it's like, I just don't get it. It's not, this bill is the wrong bill for the community. These are 1970-year condos, many with, you know, eroding shorelines, with aging infrastructure, looming assessments. They're just not what the people need. It's not the vision. We need vision. We need leadership. We really need some like amazing vision going on right now. And especially aftermath of the fires, and it's not happening. You know, I don't think anybody realized $1,000 in maintenance fees equates to like $200K in buying power. I won't even let my kids buy these condos. It's just a bad ROI. And yeah, so, you know, here's the thing. Let me be clear. This is not an affordable housing bill. It's a reaction to a crisis that happened. And, you know, it gets the county off the hook in a way. We did something, but it's really not going to equate to what we need. And so if the county is truly committed to helping local families down Maui, then, you know, I think like the 3% collected from the SDR should all be earmarked like exclusively for programs that help generational residents, teachers, public workers own and rent homes. I mean, the problem isn't SDRs exist. It's that these benefits haven't trickled down into the people. Visitors come here, they get like 5-star experience, part of helping them do that. But our people, like, you know, people that work for me, they don't get that same experience back. And we got to change that. We got to do better. We got to do better than this bill. We don't need 7,000 condos flipped to long-term. We need homes. We need middle housing. We need, you know, ownership for the people so they can create that generational wealth. Not because STRs, you know, it's not like those are the baddest thing here. It's the fact that, look, you know, I keep hearing the word Kanaka the whole time.
Your time is run out. So
they don't need these condos. They need.
Member Paulton has a question for you.
Yeah, I'm sorry, just a little heated on it.
I know.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Patel. I just was wondering if you could clarify. I thought the Spinnaker HOA documents said they prohibited short-term rentaling of the property.
No, they don't. The condo declarations never stated that. Never has anything to do with workforce been vetted. It's up and on the Minatoya list.
Okay, when my aide looked into that property, the HOA said short-term rentaling wasn't allowed, but okay, thanks. Thank you, Chair.
Member U'u Hodgins has a question for you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your testimony. Can you please clarify what you meant when you said, I think $1,000 equals to $200,000 of buying power?
Yeah, so, you know, maintenance fees are something like you'd never get back. It's just, you know, it's just one of those things you keep paying into, you keep paying more. But like, if you looked at it as $1,000 going towards a mortgage payment versus $1,000 going towards like maintenance fees, like you're really like sucking the buying power out from, you know, what you could afford. Because now that instead of going to a house that you could afford, you know, $200,000 more at purchase price, you're putting that, banks gonna look at that and be like, oh, you know, that's less purchasing power for you.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Chair.
You're welcome. Any other questions, members? Seeing none, thank you so much, Mr. Patel. Staff?
Yeah, thank you.
Chair, we can try to return to Andrea Comtock to be followed by Dan McKenna and then Susan O'Neill Lefebvre.
Hello.
Chair, I believe that was Andrea Comtock. We hear you.
Hello.
Yes.
Can you hear me? Aloha. Okay, sorry. Aloha, Chair and Committee. My name is Andrea Comtock, and I, along with my siblings, own a short-term rental property in South Maui. I support the passing of Bill 9. My siblings and I were born and raised on Maui in Kihei on this property, which my father bought when he was around 33 years old in the 1960s on a VA loan. My parents struggled hard and worked hard to keep this family property for the future generations. We are not speculators, we are not part-time residents, and we are not mainland investors. We went to the old Kihei school, if some of you know which one that is. Hawaii is our home, Maui is our home. While I support this bill, one of my concerns is that the small percentage of local families like mine that own a TVR may not be able to sustain and keep our property due to high operating cost. And no, we do not have resort style landscaping or a pool. The ocean was our pool. What I ask, though, is that the council consider passing additional legislation that supports long-term rental owners, and it is imperative that these supporting measures are enacted concurrently with Bill 9. An example would be a long-term rental property tax exemption similar to that's currently offered to long-term renters. We have, I have a upcountry house which I get an exemption on, and that could be something that you could consider as well if you haven't already, for those that own multiple dwellings or apartments. I would also like to add that if the objective of the bill is to provide housing for local families and rebuild our communities, which I totally agree, then this bill needs to be the bill needs to include TVRs that are in the residential areas. Targeting one group while allowing others to continue operating their vacation rentals is contradictory and does not fully support the intention of this bill, which is to house our local families. The pros and cons and the arguments for and against this bill 9 are the same arguments that we will hear if we add the prohibition of TVRs in residential areas. So now is the time for us to open up that discussion as well. Ban TVRs in residential areas and including the apartment zone. Finally, the mayor's opening statement said he noted that properties can apply for rezoning.
Your time is up.
Yes.
But did you?
Thank you.
Andrea, did you submit your testimony in writing?
No.
Could you do that?
Yes, I did. I submitted it in writing.
Okay.
Yes.
So Member Paulton has a question for you.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Comstock. I just wanted to clarify, because because it sounded like, because we do have a long-term rental exemption and a different tax rate for the long-term rental. So were you talking about something different than what we already have?
So I for like an apartment, I believe, so the long-term rentals, for example, for single-family homes are offered. So if I rent my if I rent my unit upcountry to a long-term tenant, then we get a tax exemption. So, but if I have 2 units on that same property, we still only get 1 exemption. For those of us in the apartment zone, if we have more than 1 units, then I think something similar should apply, but it should be per unit.
They're not giving it to you because you're in the apartment zone, like you applied for a long-term rental exemption, but they wouldn't give it to you because you're in an apartment zone? Is that what you're saying?
No.
Oh.
No. I don't believe the long-term rental, and I may be incorrect, but I don't believe the long-term rental exemption applies to those in the apartment zone.
Okay, thank you. I'll try to look into that.
I may be incorrect, but I haven't applied. I believe it's for single-family homes.
Okay, thank you. I'll try to check that out too and see.
But
members,
there's
any other
just something that we
questions
can
for
look into in providing.
Testifier? Hearing none. Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Comstock. Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Dan McKenna, to be followed by Susan O'Neill Lefarbra, and then Keely Namau.
Aloha, this is Dan McKenna. Am I heard?
Yes.
Thank you. Aloha, Chair Kama, Vice Chair and voting members. I thank you for your time and talent to represent Maui citizens in the stewardship of this special place. I'm Dan McKenna, and along with my wife, own a short-term rental property in Waialaikahi Village. We are testifying to express our opposition to Bill 9. Since we began renting our condominium in 1999, we have endeavored to be responsible owners who respect Maui, our people, and its heritage. We have paid all TAT, GET, and real estate taxes since our business start date in February of 1999. In addition to these government taxes, we have paid sizable assessments and monthly maintenance fees levied by the Waialaikahi AO to maintain these almost 50-year-old facilities. We have paid substantial sums of money to our local cleaning staff, handymen, painters, air conditioning companies, and contractors to maintain our condominium to provide an enjoyable environment for our guests. Ikahi employs a general manager, supervisors, and landscape and maintenance unionized workers. Our guests spend money in restaurants, tours, and many other local businesses. In turn, the amounts paid out are spent by these local service providers within the Maui economy. Many of our guest families who have been staying with us year after year would not be able to afford to stay in Wailea hotels, would no longer visit Maui, and would not contribute to spending within the Maui economy. No one denies that Maui has an affordable housing problem. The county has begun some effective programs to provide affordable housing. These effective programs will satisfy the public policy objective of providing homes for Maui's workers. The passage of Bill 9 will not. I'm quoting from the San Diego Union newspaper issue of May 22nd, 1977. I found Wailea, a planned residential resort community developed on 1,450 acres. Nearby is the 294-unit Waialaikahi Condominium Village. Residents and guests have access to a handsome beach pavilion, 3 swimming pools, 2 paddle tennis courts within the village. Alexander and Baldwin and co-developer Northwestern Mutual Life Insurance Company made an apparently wise move when they included condo villages as integral parts of the Wailea resort development. The number of vacationing mainland Americans and Canadians who favor these condos features has skyrocketed. End of quote. This is an early recognition that Ikahi Village is an integral part of the Wailea Resort. All of the Ikahi one-bedroom, two-bath, and two-bedroom units were designed and built with a lockout that converted them into a hotel room and an efficiency or one-bedroom unit. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Members, questions for the testifier? Member Cook.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. McKenna. My clarifying question, if I may ask, how long does your guest normally stay? Is there an average? And what percentage of the year do you usually end up being booked?
Our guests our average stay is probably 6 days. We do have some returning guests who rent for a month. We have a guest who's a friend who rents for all of February. So she is a very good friend. What was the second? I'm sorry, Mr. Cook.
My second question, sir, was of the entire year on an average, what percentage, how often is it occupied? How often is it empty?
Well, this year's a little different because it's empty for all of July and August this year. And normally that's not the case. We'll have at least a couple of rentals during those months. But it's probably rented during most months.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. That's all, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions, members? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. McKenna. Staff?
Mahalo.
Chair, the next testifier is Susan O'Neill Lavarva, to be followed by Keely Namau, and then Jeremy Stice.
We have Keely Namau coming down.
Aloha ahiahi kako. Chairman Kama and members of the County Council, I want to mahalo this committee for allowing all testifiers to be heard. I am Keely Namau and I am in support of Bill 9. You have already heard hours of testimony that speak to the heart-rending escalation in the numbers of families that have moved to the continent in order to survive the extraordinary pressures brought on by a lack of affordable housing and the rising cost of living. The resulting breakdown of family ties is a form of cultural genocide, and Bill 9 provides an opportunity to begin to address at least one aspect of the housing crisis. I understand the motivation of some STR owners, as I own a bed and breakfast on my property. I went through a rigorous process with the Planning Commission and Department to attain the proper permits. As a part of that process, I needed to get the approval of my neighbors. I am fully aware of the impact that my B&B has on our neighborhood. I do generate income by renting my property to visitors, but more importantly, I am able to support the greater local community. Our home over the years has hosted cultural practitioners, lecturers from UH Maui College, athletes from Molokai, or Molokai as they would like to call it, and local families attending baby parties, wedding celebrations, or funerals. It is about creating space for them and taking care of our community. Having the ability to host guests is not all about generating income. It's about welcoming people and sharing hospitality. It is the opportunity to share the beauty of this island. And what does make Maui special beyond the aina? It is the people and the host culture of Hawaii. This is generally not the practice for the STRs. Bill 9 further serves the greater purpose of making sorely, urgently needed housing available for Maui residents. I am concerned about my community and future generations. In my daily life, I choose the value of being pono to guide me. I ask that the council be brave, be bold, be pono for the sake of our community and for the generations to come. I respectfully ask the County Council to support this bill. Mahalo.
Members, questions for our testifier? Member Paulton?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Namau. I just wanted to clarify about like when you were saying to host the visitors and to share the culture at the basic level is to like pronounce the name of your place correctly.
Are you talking about the name of my bed and breakfast?
I guess all the places.
Yes. Well, you know, having a bed and breakfast, you have the opportunity to meet them face to face and to be able to share and get to know who they are as well as them to get to know me. So I think there's a lot more interaction and some more personalized and intimate compared to what I see with STRs where people are just coming in and leaving and not really knowing anything else but that.
Or like after the fire coming to the hub because never have grocery stores and things like that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mahalo.
Members, any other questions for our testifier? Seeing none, thank you. Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Jeremy Stice, to be followed by Destiny Kusco, and then Jim Lawhead.
Aloha Council members, my name is Jeremy Stice. I was born and raised on Maui. I speak to you today not just as a realtor, but as a lifelong resident who has spent nearly 20 years helping people navigate property ownership here, legally, responsibly, and with deep respect for our community. I strongly oppose Bill 9. It creates nothing. No affordable homes, no long-term rentals, no owner-occupants. It simply hopes to, but hope is not a housing strategy. This bill gambles that the good will outweigh the bad, without a shred of proof. Short-term rentals are not driving people out of Hawaii. In fact, eliminating them will do this and cause more harm, cutting off a vital ecosystem that supports good-paying local jobs. One of my current clients, a Maui born and raised first-time home buyer in West Maui, runs a cleaning business with his wife. Their income depends entirely on servicing legal vacation rentals. Before that, they worked for a hotel chain, but they couldn't make ends meet. Do you want to cut off their dreams and goals? The properties targeted by this bill are legally codified in the Maui County Code, not grandfathered in or legacy loopholes. Their transient use is explicitly outlined in A1 and A2 zoning in their condo declarations. The county even published a list of these properties. If you want to talk blame, let's start with the policymakers who wrote these laws, not with the realtors properly disclosing code and following the law. Let's use the Affordable Housing Fund, which is largely funded by short-term rental property taxes, to purchase and rent or resell these condos at subsidized rates. Most of these units can't qualify for FHA, USDA, or VA financing and require 20 to 30% down. They're not viable for most local buyers. Many of these buildings face skyrocketing HOA fees, insurance hikes, and major deferred maintenance. STRs didn't cause this, and converting them to long-term rentals won't fix it. The current default rate for HOA fees on residential condos is already on the exponential rise due to the aforementioned costs. We need to build real housing that's FHA, VA, and USD eligible. We need to update ag codes to allow more flexible, multiple unit Ohana housing. Most importantly, we need to invest in water infrastructure, not act like we're short on water when we simply lack the means to move it. I live right below Pu'ukukui. It rains there almost daily. When Maui Land and Pine and HCNS shut down, we saw massive layoffs. This bill would cut at least twice as many jobs. There have been many sad truths shared about Kama'aina needing to leave Hawaii in the past couple years. I wonder how many of those jobs were tourism-based jobs. Demand has already been crushed with the threat of this all on the table and all of the anti-tourism sentiments expressed. Do we really even want to exacerbate this even more? Should this pass, many units will sit empty or be sold to even wealthier second home buyers. Lawsuits will pile up. The county could face catastrophic legal and financial consequences, potentially even bankruptcy for a policy that barely even moves the needle on our housing crisis.
Mr. Stice?
Yes.
I'm sorry, you're out of time.
The only winners with this law bill passing are lawyers.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Any questions?
No.
I want to get a question about my last sentence, since we've gotten more questions about other testifiers.
No, I don't think anybody wants a question.
Okay.
I don't see anyone. Thank you.
Okay. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Chair, the next testifier is Destiny Kusco, to be followed by Jim Lawhead and then Tom.
Hello, council members. My name is Destiny Kusco, and I speak today in strong support of Bill 9. Opponents of this bill have leaned heavily on the points of legal battles and constitutional rights, but history teaches us that legality does not always equal morality. Segregation was once legal. Only by challenging unjust systems did we move forward. Make no mistake, opposition is inevitable when privilege is challenged. There will always be people to oppose action when they so greatly benefit from the status quo. Threats of what is legal cannot sway us from doing the right thing. Maui is not the first place to limit short-term rentals, and it will not be the last. Cities across the globe have taken bold action to rein in STRs, and so can we. I'm not a lawyer. Things like zoning and city planning are not in my wheelhouse, but I did do some research online, and I submitted this as written testimony with resources. New York City, after implementing SDRs, surrounding areas saw hospitality job boosts as travelers moved to hotels. These businesses employ far more locals than SDRs. Palm Springs, medium home prices fell 13% year over year. Irvine, California, average long-term rent dropped by 3%, totaling an estimated $81 million in annual revenue savings for residents. It's not theoretical, it's proven. Limiting STRs works. Many opponents claim their units are not suitable for long-term rentals. If units are unsafe for long-term renters, why are they allowed to host short-term guests? Seems like a double standard. A study of Australian rentals compared renters. Their findings suggested STRs require significantly greater resource input than LTRs. Referencing testimony from yesterday, if STR renters are paying the cost to upkeep these units, why are the buildings still in a poor state? Something doesn't add up. I am in agreement with a common point surfaced by those who oppose this bill. The Maui economy is impacted by tourism. As we saw with COVID, the world can be unpredictable. It's important to build a diverse economy that can adapt. Limiting STRs uplifts locals and creates space for other sectors to thrive: agriculture, education, healthcare, local entrepreneurship. Reducing STRs does not mean ending tourism. Tourism was here before their rise. It will be here after. Tourism is important to Maui, but it cannot be our only economic pillar. I have seen some opposed to this bill show up in Hawaiian shirts, say aloha and mahalo. They throw shaka to the front of their name and then talk about how locals advocating for housing is taking too much time. Or they show up and state if this bill passes, they will keep 400 units for friends and family versus renting to locals. Disrespectful doesn't feel like a strong enough word. A yes to this bill is saying the generational future of this island matters. It's a step forward to building something better. It provides hope and sustainability for people who look at this island as their greatest treasure, not their greatest investment property. Please vote yes on Bill 9.
Thank you, Destiny. Members, questions for our testifier? Seeing none. Thank you so much. Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Jim Lawhead, to be followed by Tom and then P. Kadz. Mr. Lawhead, you are enabled on our end. Please try to unmute. If you're unable to unmute, please join with the information listed in the chat. There's a phone number and a meeting number. Chair, should we go on?
Yes, please.
Chair, the next testifier is Tom, to be followed by P. Kadz. Chair, I think we can go on to P. Kadz, to be followed by Caston Guay William, and then Mitchell Tipton. P. Kadz, you have been enabled on our end. Please try to unmute yourself. If you're unable to do so, please call in on the phone number listed in the chat. Chair, shall I go on?
Yes, please. I think.
Chair, the next testifier is Caston Guay William, to be followed by Mitchell Tipton, and then Nicole Herd. Chair, we can try Mitchell Tipton one more time, and then Nicole Herd to be followed.
He's at the chamber. He's in the chamber. Mitchell?
All right.
Please proceed.
All right. Aloha. My name is Mitchell Tipton, and I'm testifying on behalf of myself, and I've been a resident of Kihei for 13 years now. I also wanted to say thank you, Council, for being here and hearing us, because this is important and it's part of healing. So thank you. And I would have to agree that the vibes coming into Muku Moon and Hilo tomorrow are definitely bringing a finality and new beginning to all of this. So speaking of which, I keep hearing that short-term rentals saved the local community after the fires. And please correct me if I'm wrong, but was it not short-term rentals that didn't open the doors that led to a raised rent, $5,000, $7,000 from FEMA? I'm not taking away anything from the ones that did open their doors, and thank you. I can't speak to that. I'm, like I said, from Kihei, but to my understanding, there was tax breaks and an elevated monthly rent to ensure that they made the profits they needed. So I just want to say I don't think tourism is a bad thing. I've worked in it for 13 years, but the one thing they don't tell you about it is that the constant turnover, the transient nature, the people you work with in and out, the guests, it really leads to a feeling of numbness or preparedness, if you will, when it comes to loss, not just the people you work with, but within your community, because it just becomes to be expected. And I keep hearing that this isn't the solution, but I think we should start with the understanding that solutions and real change don't come from one act or one piece of legislation. They come from a continued conscious effort over time. And so this might not be the solution. It is very much so a part of the solution and a part of the healing. Because as we talk about Aloha Aina, in my heart, I feel Malama Aina. And I don't think we can Malama Aina without taking care of the people of this land. It starts with the roots. And we can't water the trees if we don't have the people. There is no Hawaii without Hawaiians, right? And I say this as someone who flew here. I say this as someone who settled here, as someone who occupies land here. And it's given this opportunity because I have stable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, questions for our testifier? Seeing none. Thank you so much, Mr.
Thank you.
Tipton. Members, we have reached our mid-meeting break. It is now 6:31 p.m. and the recess meeting of June 9th, 2025 of HLU is now in recess for 10 minutes till 6:41. Recess. Will the recess HLU committee meeting of June 9th, 2025 come back to order? It is now 6:43 p.m. Staff?
Chair, returning to Jim Lawhead, we believe he's connected by phone, perhaps, to be followed by P. Kadz, who also may be connected by phone, and then Nicole Herd. If you're on the phone, please use *6 to unmute. Mr. Lawhead, if you're on the phone, please use *6 to unmute.
Hello, this is Patty Kadz. Can you hear me?
Pat Kadz.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair Kama and committee members. My name is Patricia Kadz. I oppose Bill 9. It's easy to identify the problem. It's much harder to find fair solutions. My daughter is one of the 450 Maui families that will be most deeply harmed by Bill 9. Our family purchased a single TVR unit to help her get started on Maui. Our family fully renovated the unit by our own labor, and now our daughter depends on it for her future on the island. She strives to help her guests enjoy Maui respectfully and sustainably, and urges them to support local. She is Maui born and raised. Her partner is a Maui. Oh, can you still hear me?
Yes, we
can. Am I on?
Continue.
Oh, okay. My phone said the hand lowered. Her Airbnb job has made it possible for them to stay on Maui. The original idea of Bill 9 was that it would be a quick fix. But we don't know that Bill 9 will ever provide meaningful numbers of affordable housing because of the uncertainty of how many units might actually convert as hoped, nor whether Bill 9 can even survive the certain legal challenges. But we do know that Bill 9 would harm more Maui families, like my daughter, as well as the 1,900 to 3,800 who UHERO predicts will lose their jobs. Please note that these UHERO predictions were even before tariffs and all the global uncertainties that are now also affecting our local economy. It's my hope that we as a community can pursue faster and better, dignified, affordable housing solutions than the false hope that is Bill 9. We could increase affordable housing development with more public-private partnerships and more government subsidies. We could get real about streamlined and fast-track permitting. We could encourage upzoning and increase density with mixed-use buildings. We could encourage development of smaller homes and walkable mixed-use neighborhoods. We could adapt and implement the intention of SB 3202 that allows 2 ADUs on residential lots. Let's retain the Minatoya list so that residents don't lose their jobs. We need solutions that will truly address our multi-decades of errors that created the housing crisis. Bill 9 is a cruel offer of hope that is likely to disappoint more than deliver. Bill 9 would harm my family, our Maui community, and the local restaurants, shops, and activities that benefit from the tourists that stay in the Minatoya condos. Bill 9 takes tourism away from the grassroots level and hands it to off-island corporations and private equity firms. Please oppose Bill 9 and support your residents.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Members, questions for our testifier? Seeing none. Thank you so much, Ms. Kadz. Staff?
Thank you.
Chair, returning to Jim Lawhead, if he's on the line, *6 to unmute, please, to be followed by Nicole Herd and then Justin Kikoi.
This is Jim Lawhead, if you can hear me. I don't know if you can hear me. Okay. Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. Thank you for letting me testify. I apologize for not being able to unmute on my computer. Hopefully you're hearing me fine off my cell phone.
We can hear you.
So you can hear me? Okay, thank you very much. So we have owned our condo. It's in the Wailea Resort area since the 1980s. And We're a firm believer that there is a housing crisis on Maui. My background is engineering construction, and our focus throughout my career has always been on problem solving. And we started coming to Maui in the 80s. It was definitely a stronger agricultural community, and then through time and effort, it was made to try and develop these resort communities, of which Wailea was one of them. And tourism has been promoted and has provided a lot of jobs and opportunities for people on Maui. Seeing that housing is critical, I think it's important that we as a group focus on solutions. Some solutions are obviously low-cost modular housing. They're currently using that in California, in the LA area, in Paradise Valley. We could assign a greater percent of the short-term property tax to low-cost housing and make sure that that money ends up focusing on providing the low-cost housing. We can look at the hotels and have them build a certain number of units each year based on the number of hotel rooms they have, because hotels require employee housing. This has been done successfully in Vail, Colorado, and Keystone, and there's many other areas around the country where that has been done. Also, I like the idea that was proposed the other day by Grace, a church, I believe it was, with 8 acres, where they come up and have low-cost housing and short-term rentals to help support the low-cost housing. To me, that's very creative ideas. I think another key thing, especially since this has become so divisive, is note that we're all citizens of the U.S., as well as our Hawaii family. And we're approaching and need to solve this together. We've been doing that since the Lahaina fire, I believe, with the federal government spending billions at the fire and following for over a year afterwards. And most recently, Mayor Bissell on June 25th signed the $1.6 billion federal grant. So in conclusion, decisions based on emotions generally result in the poorest outcome. So my position is to oppose Bill 9. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, question for our testifier? Seeing none, thank you so very much. Staff?
Yeah, thank you for your patience in getting me on.
Chair, the next testifier is Nicole Herd, to be followed by Justin Kikoi, and then Lana Albright. Nicole, can you unmute, please? If you're having difficulty unmuting, you can try to call in on the phone number listed in the chat, please. Chair, the next testifier is Justin Kikoi, to be followed by Lana Albright, and then the person calling in on 2681.
Aloha ai kako. My name is Justin Kikoi, and I strongly support Bill 9. I want to thank Mayor Bisson and his staff for proposing this bill and doing a good job on their presentation. It gave us the factual information by thoroughly gathering data while addressing both the positive and negative impacts by Bill 9. It's fairly obvious that our housing crisis far outweighs the opposition's biggest concern, which is loss of profits. I do want to echo the mayor and so many others that this is not a solution to our housing crisis. But 6,000 units back to our people, that's a massive step in the right direction. You know, it's very disturbing to hear some of the opposing owners stating that they wouldn't rent or sell their units if this bill is approved and would rather leave them empty, which is sad, but in reality, it's not surprising. It's just that typical foreign mentality we deal with here on the daily. I've also heard threats of going to court if this bill passes. Let them go. The county has prepared for that, and we literally have a retired judge as our mayor. He wouldn't have proposed this if the bill was gonna lose in court. I really hope our county takes a similar approach and course of action for the luxury developments being proposed. Roughly 10,000 units throughout Maui in the next several years surfacing and moving forward. A very small percentage of those units will be affordable and house our working class people. Creating new bills and solutions to increase the ratio of affordable to luxury units is key to this crisis. So please take those measures and capitalize on our rare opportunities, which this council will have on Friday for the Wailea 670 development. Please keep the language of obtaining 450 affordable units. That's an additional 162 units that this council can acquire just by making the right vote. A vote that places our community's needs over developers' profits. That developer insists that their numbers won't pencil out if they build more affordable units, but yet they won't open their books. That's a big red flag. You know, the common denominator between these TVRs and the luxury developments is that investors, foreign and domestic, are making large profits while displacing our local community, our culture, and forcing families apart. You, council members, are part of our community. Our families and friends will all benefit from this bill. We've been clinging on to hope for far too long. It's time this government body takes action, sets history, and puts our people over profits. Mahalo kako.
Thank you. Members, questions for Mr. Kiwi? Seeing none, thank you so much.
And I'm coming Friday, so that was two things
okay.
at once. Yeah.
We'll think of you when that comes up.
Chair returning to Nicole Herd to be followed by Lana Albright and then the caller with the last four digits, 2681.
Okay. Go ahead, Nicole.
You might have to call in if you cannot find the microphone button.
The instructions for calling in are in the chat. Chair, the next testifier is Lana Albright to be followed by the person calling in on 2681. Proceeding with the person calling in with the phone number 2681, you can do *6 to unmute, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. People keep saying that we need to convert these properties back into long-term housing, but many of them
could you identify
properties were
yourself,
never.
please?
No, I don't feel safe doing so.
Okay, thank you.
Many of these Minatoya
Were
properties
you
were
next
never
on the
built.
list, though?
That's what I wanted to know, but I can't identify.
Yes, this is the caller, 2681.
Okay.
I was called and told to start.
You may continue.
Many of these Minatoya properties were never built or intended as long-term housing. They were not built as workforce housing. They were built on the waterfront shoreline as vacation condos and resorts and intended to draw tourists and vacationers. My complex was built in 1969, and I have pictures of the original construction site, the billboards announcing Maui's newest vacation resort, and various brochures that list the 1 and 2 bedrooms nightly rates of like $28 a day in 1971. They weren't ever long-term workforce housing. They were never intended to house local residents full-time. So we didn't really take homes away from local residents who were previously living there. Some of the statements in support of this ban mention having large families crammed into a single bedroom or a studio and doing just fine with that space. They say that it's better than sleeping in a car or on the beach. But no one wants to put anyone out of a home or into sleeping in cars. But the Fire Marshal's Code restricts many of these smaller places from having that high density occupancy. And it just simply wouldn't be possible for legal and for safety reasons. So it's not the owners of the STRs that are saying no to high high occupancy. It's the HOA rules that restrict and limit the number of people allowed in some of these buildings or condos. From listening to many of the testimonies, if there are homes that have been taken away from local residents in the last few years, that's rather different than the buildings that were constructed over 50 years ago with the intent of housing vacationers. The homes that need to be returned back to the residents should maybe be looked into. Maybe things haven't been done legally. The illegal STR don't contribute to any of the taxes that the legal ones do. They don't declare any of the income, nor do they pay income tax on that income. They don't pay the outrageously high STR property tax on the property that they illegally rent out. Maybe the county should initially focus on taking those illegal STRs out of the picture and return those homes back to the local residents so that they can have their neighborhoods back. The Minatoya list deals with properties that have been on the short-term rental list prior to 1989. That was 36 years ago. Many of these testifiers have mentioned an increase in the STRs over the last 5 to 10 or 20 years. So that would mean that none of the properties on this list are contributing to any of the recent conversions that are taking away from these local resident neighborhoods. This bill won't generate any affordable long-term housing for local residents. All it has done is villainize and divide people. It will cause a large number of local job losses. Our cleaners who have their own businesses and they support their families, our maintenance people who we rely on when things need to be tended to, our favorite local shops and food trucks that we send our guests to. This bill will do nothing positive for any local residents at all. All it will do is force more job loss who rely on STR.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions? Member Paulton?
Thank you, Ms. Anonymous. I just was wondering, because you said if all the Minatoya properties were in existence prior to 1989, that it couldn't have made an impact, but did you live here full-time during those years? Because I've seen the impact, and partially it's because of the online platforms. You know, it was harder before to rent it out, and so people would rent it out long-term, and I've lived here through that time, and I've seen it. So I just was wondering, were you living here from?
I'm not talking about online or anything or debating short-term rentals, but I'm talking about the one.
The question was, did you live here through that time from 1989? It's a yes or no question.
Specifically on the Minatoya list, the ones specifically on the Minatoya list were all short-term prior to 1989. So that's what I was referring to, is the people that are saying they've seen a difference in the last 10 to 20 years in the change and increase in STRs. It's not the Minatoya list that's increased.
No, I'm saying that's what I've seen. So the question is, have you lived here through that time? Because I've seen
You're proposing shutting down.
Okay, I'll take that as a no. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anonymous. Any other questions, members? Seeing none, thank you so very much. Staff?
Chair, we can return to Nicole Herd.
Yes.
She may have called in, to be followed by Sheri Owen Sieman, and then Rebecca Uchilini, and then Stacy Monise. Nicole, it's *6 to unmute.
Okay, is this working?
I can hear you. It's working.
Okay, awesome. Thanks for your patience. Aloha, Chair Kama. I'm Nicole Herd, longtime Maui resident, here today to offer testimony in support of Bill 9. I keep hearing a narrative echoed throughout this process about how this bill is destined to fail because these units will never be affordable for local people. And I do understand that this bill doesn't address the affordable component of our housing crisis, but I actually see that as a moot point when the overwhelming majority of our residents have already been spending way more than 30% of our income on housing. We haven't had luxury to access affordable housing as legally defined for like many years now. Just how we've been living for a long time. And the unfortunate reality is that we've allowed the growth of the tourism industry to go on unchecked for so long that it's now going to be incredibly difficult to create a market with true affordable housing. And it's going to be hard to bring our residents comfortably above the poverty line, which brings me to my main point, which is that perhaps we, the Maui resident community, don't in fact depend on the tourism industry for our survival. And the main reason for that is because we can't. It's already failed to provide livable wages and access to stable housing for our residents. We can all look around us and see the proof of how it's already failed us. We can look around and see how our community of full-time Maui residents is already barely or not surviving in this STR-driven, budget tourism-based economic landscape, as it is today, right now. Meanwhile, amongst the testimony you've been receiving are the arguments from the second and third homeowners of these Minatoy units, primarily who reside in other states and are not part of our community, along with the realtors and property managers of these units. This demographic of testifiers are clearly transcending survival, living quite comfortably as they continue to purchase these units as investments, effectively depleting our residential housing inventory while simultaneously extracting wealth via their lucrative passive income from these Minatoya units. Ironically, the functioning of these units that enables them to create this passive revenue directly depends on our resident workforce, who are making such low wages, working these industry positions that these same people can't afford housing, can't find housing, and can't survive. So clearly the tourism and STR industry is not the thing that the Maui resident community can rely on for survival. The opposite is true. This industry has directly led to a greatly diminished ability for our people to survive, all for the sake of a legal loophole that's allowed outside investors to exploit our resources and push our people to the margins. It really just comes down to which group of people you've heard from who you feel are more deserving of compassion and advocacy. To people from our community who have shared experience of housing instability, homelessness, and are paying way more than 30% of their income towards housing, or the people who own multiple non-owner occupied STR units who have stood before you complaining about the financial ramifications of their risky investments and who do not face homelessness regardless of whether or not this bill passes. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, questions for Ms. Herd? Seeing none. Thank you so very much, Ms. Herd. Staff?
Thank you.
Chair, the next testifier is Sheri Owen Sieman, to be followed by Rebecca Uchilini and then Stacy Monise.
Good evening. My name is Sheri Owen Sieman, and thank you for allowing us to have this discussion. I have been coming here for over 40 years, and my family has celebrated many family occasions here in Kihei, Maui. I own one condo unit that I bought in the mid-90s, and I have rented it myself and managed it myself for most of its time. Today was actually the first day I ever called a rental agency to maybe try to help me, because rentals have been down a little bit, and I think it's probably due to many things. But I've never made any money on it, but I've been able to help pay the association fees. The taxes have really increased. But I just know that from being the oldest of four, this has been our family home, and my parents would stay here for 7 months out of the year and live here because they enjoyed the beautiful weather here. And then they would go back to Chicago area and live there. I don't own any other properties other than my home, and I just feel like I'm not really educated about the whole bill and the Montoya listings and all that, but I just feel like some things, like it's being made decisions on too quickly. I think Maui has planned poorly for working people, and they didn't think about how this was going to impact the economy and people that are working in the service industry. I think Maui put too many eggs in one basket, putting most of their economy on tourism, and they haven't provided for the people that were on this land in the beginning and the people that have come to this land. I think short-term rentals are maybe not really the problem. We should probably look at all the different ways to help affordable housing. I think there's many hotels that aren't being utilized. There's many apartment buildings that aren't being utilized that would be more for affordable housing. That would probably better serve, and maybe the county buying buildings and utilizing, that to help people to get affordable housing. I think we also need to look at income diversity for Maui. If you shut down, travel and all that income, what are you gonna, have people do? I mean, what is your other incomes here other than government and police and teaching and things like that? I mean, there's not, travel has been unfortunately a major portion of the income here. I'm not saying that's right or wrong, but I think, well, I'm saying it's wrong. Yeah, I'm saying it's wrong. So anyways, is that me? Is that my time?
Yes, that is.
Okay.
Thank you.
So,
members, do you have any questions for our testifier? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony.
Okay, thank you.
Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Rebecca Uchilini, to be followed by Stacy Monise and then Ron Hansen.
Aloha, Chair. Aloha, Council. I have worked across 5 different mega fires. My role is often to catch those who slip through the cracks in systems that are not built for them. And my goal is always to help stitch those cracks closed so that fewer fall through the next time. In the weeks after the Lahaina fires, I helped to build the back end of mutual aid systems, organizing needs and offers in real times. Hundreds of people opened their doors to displaced families, and it was sobering to see how few STR owners in the Minatoya list ended up offering their housing free of charge. I can send stats about it and I have more paragraphs, but I don't want to feed into the us versus them. This whole thing breaks my heart, and I know it does yours. While I acknowledge that this is an imperfect bill, and I do think some exceptions could be made, this division does break my heart. The hard truth is that when our island was on fire, it wasn't the outside investors that stepped up. It wasn't the timeshare owners who would prefer to keep their housing empty or those hoarding homes for retirement. It was neighbors. It was Kapuna with spare rooms. It was the locals setting up every hub, and they will be the ones to show up again. The strongest safeguard that we can build in times of disaster isn't investment property, it's community. It's the invisible infrastructure of interdependence. Neighbors who will knock on your door when the power is out, who bring you food when you are sick, and who open their homes before FEMA ever arrives. This is a safety net that saves lives. It is not for sale. It is built over time by choosing people over profit. Sometimes the complexity of legislation clouds the clarity of truth, so let us simplify. Let us return to the canoe. Let us say we are all adrift, everyone is hungry, and there is food plenty. But some on the canoe have hoarded it in coolers, locked it up, and portioned it out to those who already have. Some would rather let it spoil and not even be used than to give it to those who are hungry, stow it away for a day that is not even promised. Would you choose to sail again with the ones that have hoarded the resources? In these uncertain times, who do you want on that canoe with you? Because that is what you are shaping right now. Not just policy, but the crew of this island's future. Who do you trust to take care of one another best? I've heard the fears of job loss, and my heart goes out to everyone who may face some job transitions. But I've also spent time with way too many housekeepers in the last 22 months, and believe it or not, it wasn't all of their childhood dreams to one day grow up to clean up after strangers. Maintenance and landscaping will still need to continue whether you rent long-term or short. Please don't underestimate the brilliance in this community. Let them come home and they'll build businesses, grow industries, and create meaningful work far beyond cleaning toilets, changing light bulbs, and folding linens for someone else's profit. So the question now is, do we continue to turn shelter into stock portfolios, or do we reclaim it as a sacred basic right? This isn't just legislation. It's about choosing the kind of story that your grandchildren will inherit. Mahalo.
Thank you, Ms. Uchilini. Members, questions for our testifier? Seeing none, thank you.
Chair, the next testifier is Stacy Monise, to be followed by Ron Hansen and then Steve Gadsby.
Wow, that's a hard testimony to follow. Thank you so much. Aloha, good evening.
Aloha.
I thank you all for your service to our community. This is a very challenging time to be a leader, but I thank you sincerely. I don't often agree with this mayor, but I am in strong support of Bill 9. The data presented by Matt Jahowski was clear and trustworthy. I urge you to give it full weight. In contrast, I don't trust the HERO study so much, which I believe reflects the bias of large institutions protecting other large institutions, not local families. To those STR owners who so proudly shared how generous they were immediately after the fire, I call BS. This wasn't generosity. There were no tourists here to rent your units. Tell us about your generosity the day before the fires, the year before the fires. Tell us about how you're still giving today generously to this community. The trouble is that they're not. Meanwhile, the real community, the people who live here, who work here, who raise their families here, we are still giving. We're still showing up. We're still trying to survive in the place our families have lived for generations. These fire survivors are our friends, our relatives. We know we're all connected because this is an island. Now you have the chance to support us. I beg you to vote yes on Bill 9. STR owners will figure it out. Just like thousands of us, Kama'aina, figure it out every day, month by month, paycheck by paycheck. They knew this was a game of hot potato when they bought their units, and they've profited long enough. I was going to end with a bunch of Hamilton quotes, because if you haven't watched Hamilton, I encourage you to watch Hamilton. Because history is happening right here, right now, and history has its eye on you. So I ask you to remember us, the Kama'aina, Kanaka, the very fabric and the community when you vote yes on Bill 9. My family is definitely a statistic. Half my kids, well, I only have 2 kids, but half of them live on the continent. My son moved off island and bought a house within 6 months of moving to New Mexico, and this month they paid off a duplex after 5 years. That would never have been happening here. My daughter and her husband and their 2 grandkids and I, we all live together and we're victims of this. We're renters. We live all the way in Keokea right now because it's the only place we could find that's affordable for our family. So I'm not speaking I'm speaking as somebody who's living this experience. So mahalo.
Thank you so much. Members, questions for our testifier? Seeing none, thank you so much. Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Ron Hansen, to be followed by Steve Gadsby and then Tom Crowley.
I see Ron online. We can't hear you.
If you're trying to unmute your phone, it's *6. Sorry, we can't hear you.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Hello?
Yes.
Hi. Aloha. Aloha, council members. Thank you so much for the testimony, time, and diligence that you're giving to Bill 9. My name is Ron Hansen. I am a Maui voter and a Maui part-time resident for 22 years. I own 1 short-term rental at 19 Haiole Street in Ma'alea. I've owned this for over 20 years, and like most of my other 77 fellow owners, we treasure the weeks that we can enjoy beautiful Maui and enjoy short-term renters in age. As a expert real estate appraiser, giving court testimony often, the bill intrigued me, and I did extensive analysis, and as a result, I absolutely oppose Bill 9. The high costs on Maui are not caused by STR rentals, cannot be relieved by Bill 9, and there's no clear path for any current local to occupy. Certainly, my fellow people at the Banyans will not be long-term renting because we bought these for years and have our family coming, our friends coming, and we plan to retire here. The cost to maintain are high, as we mentioned, and in fact, 100% of the money received in an STR rental, on my example, stays on Maui. $46,800 of rent, 94% goes directly to the cost of property tax, utilities, homeowner fees, insurance, house cleaning, supplies, equipment, upkeep. The remaining 6% in my pocket, all of these stay in the First Hawaiian Bank, and I spend it on Maui with my family when I visit. Property rent levels, as we said, are exorbitant, and the $4,600 per month carrying cost, quote unquote, that was specified to, I believe is quite accurate. I have $3,656 per month of direct costs. My surveys show that over 50% of the STR design apartments now offered are on the market for over 30 days. And also it shows that the cheap apartments in the $215,000 to $500,000 range are on the market an average of 155 days. If local residents are not occupying these units now, why would they after Bill 9? If there was a factory on the island with 1,900 jobs to be lost, we wouldn't close that factory down. And there's more likely 3,800 job loss with the trickle-down effect. None of us approve of anyone's job loss, forcing them to leave Maui to find elsewhere. I oppose Bill 9. It takes a lot from Maui locals and gives little, if anything, in return. The $75 million of property tax and sales tax, in 10 years, that could be $750 million towards affordable housing.
Thank you, Mr. Hansen. Members, do you want, there's a question from Member Hodgins.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Hansen. I lost you for a second when you were describing your carrying costs per month. Can you please restate your number?
$3,656 of direct costs, all of which are directed on Maui.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. Members, any other questions for our testifier? Seeing none, thank you so much, Mr. Hansen. Staff?
Mahalo.
Chair, the next testifier is Steve Gadsby, to be followed by Tom Crowley and then Kayla Cabanella. Mr. Gadsby, can you please unmute now? If you're having trouble unmuting, please call in on the phone number in the chat with the meeting code. Chair, should we go on to Tom Crowley?
Yes, please.
Mr. Crowley, can you unmute?
I have. Aloha, Council. I'm Tom Crowley, and I do not own a short-term rental, nor do I represent anyone who would be directly impacted by Bill 9. I have followed all the meetings and reviewed all of the written testimony related to this bill, and I've asked myself, what would I do if I was sitting in your seat as a council member? I've concluded that I would seek an alternative approaches to address Maui's resident housing shortage, because Bill 9 is unlikely to achieve its goals and certainly will cause significant harm to Maui residents. Specifically, it will produce little or no affordable housing for residents. Maui's economy will definitely suffer, and legal challenges are likely. Instead, I would like to offer the council 5 alternative strategies that I believe could create more resident housing with fewer negative consequences. Number 1, enforce the existing apartment zoning code. All residential buildings built in the apartment zone since 1989 are supposed to be occupied on a long-term residential basis. Yet based on real property tax classifications, more than 50% of the non-Minatoya condos built since 1989 in South Maui are used as second homes and not on a long-term residential basis. Please ask the administration why this part of the code is not enforced. Number 2, apply long-term occupancy rules to new construction. If changing the policy for existing condo units would create new legal challenges, then consider applying this long-term occupancy requirement only to newly built apartment projects. Many of the proposed developments in Wailea, McKenna, and Kihei openly anticipate that they're building them primarily for off-island second homeowners. Why continue down that path? Number 3, document the history of these Minatoya properties. A thorough investigation of the origins of all these Minatoya properties could help distinguish between those originally intended for TVR and second home use and those that were later enabled by legislation. While I wouldn't support removing anyone's property rights, I think it's important to draw this distinction before making any decisions. Number 4, create TVR regulations. TVR regulations might allow more of the revenue to remain on Maui, specifically require local management. As you probably heard from one of the testifiers earlier, people are self-managing from elsewhere, and the reason they're doing that is it's cheaper. So make them have a manager here, and that might encourage some people to put properties into long-term use. And finally, create incentives for long-term rentals. Use a portion of the hundreds of millions of dollars of transient accommodations tax and real property tax revenue generated by the TVRs to subsidize long-term rentals. For example, offer owners of legal TVR use financial incentives to offer their properties as long-term rentals.
Thank you,
Chair,
Mr. Crowley.
I'll stop there if you have any questions.
Yes. Members, questions for Mr. Crowley? You have a question from Chair Lee and Member Paulton.
Hi, Tom. As usual, you have some very good ideas. Did you send in your testimony in writing?
Chair, I haven't yet because I'm still listening to all the testimony, and I don't want to miss anything that people have brought up. These aren't strictly my ideas, but ideas that other people have presented, and I'd like to discuss them further.
I always like compromises, especially when they involve creative incentives. I did miss, you're talking pretty fast. What is your second suggestion?
So the second suggestion was, because we already say in the apartment district that everything must be occupied on a long-term residential basis since 1989, then why are we building condos that are, the developers right up front are saying, these are not for long-term residential use, these are for something other. I suppose those should be built in the hotel district and not being built in the apartment district. That was my suggestion.
I see. Thank you.
Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Crowley. I just want to clarify if I'm following you correctly. So you're saying that it says in the code that apartment zone after the Minatoya list is supposed to be occupied on a long-term residential basis?
That's correct. And the code that was changed back in 1989 defined this thing called long-term residential basis. If you look up in the definitions of the code, you'll see what it says there, okay? So my question
of a dwelling unit or lodging unit for 180 days or more per year. So you're kind of saying that apartment zone after the Minatoya list should have no non-owner occupied tax classifications because they should all live there more than 180 days a year.
That makes sense to me.
That's what you're saying. And then,
I'm saying ask the administration why it is the way it is.
And then if that's what you're saying is correct, then what is the recourse you suggest?
Well,
they gotta sell
again, I anticipate that even if you were to say to someone, hey, your unit that you've been using as a second home, you're not allowed to use as a second home anymore, you're going to get a legal challenge to that. There's no doubt in my mind.
Okay,
but I'm saying, let's not go forward with new ones, to allow that, right?
Got it. Thank you.
Any other members with questions for Mr. Crowley? Seeing none. Thank you so very much, Mr. Crowley. Staff?
I see Tom's hand.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Cook.
Thank you. It's a big question, but hopefully you can condense it. Thumbnail sketch of how you would use the current tax revenue to subsidize.
Thank you for that. Like I said, this is just kind of a sketchy idea, but in the big picture, you could take something like, let's say, $50 million, okay, and create a fund that you would be subsidizing long-term rentals. So someone who comes to you and says, my carrying cost for my short-term rental is $5,000 a month, and I couldn't take less than that. Well, offer him a $2,000 a month incentive, and then he can offer it to someone for $3,000 a month to live in it. That's going to immediately create potentially a long-term rental for someone.
So that would potentially be like a transitionary deal for a couple, 3 years or something while.
That's why I say it has to be vetted out. Like, yeah, how long do you allow that to take place, and how do you ensure that a system like that is not being abused? There's much more that's going to have to go to it, but you've got a pile of money sitting right there in terms of all these, money of the TAT and the RPT taxes from these units. So let's use it to create something like that.
No, well, thanks. I mean, that does do something potentially like right away. So that's the difference. So thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crowley. Staff?
Chair, returning to Steve Gadsby, to be followed by Kayala Cabanella, and then Kamu Marada. Mr. Gadsby, we suggest you try to call in on the number in the chat. Chair, the next testifier is Kayala Cabanella, to be followed by Kamu Marada, and then Lexi Figueroa.
Aloha mai no kākou o ke ala Cabanella ko ui noa. Mahalo for this opportunity to testify on my own behalf in strong support of Bill 9. I was born and raised in Lahaina and am privileged to still be living in West Maui. I'm an educator with a daily hour-long commute to work, and I have been asked, why not move to the other side, closer to work for your convenience? My answer has always been and will always be no. Not just because I simply cannot afford such convenience, but because Lahaina is my home, ku'uebe, ku'upiko, and I think about my ohana, my friends and community members born and raised in Lahaina who would say the same, who would have never chosen to live anywhere else but home in Lahaina. I am not moved by the pleas of STR owners and managers who claim that if this bill passes, they'll have to take on a second job, move in with a roommate, or return to a prior residence they already own elsewhere, to a home they own elsewhere. These concerns feel incredibly out of touch and insensitive when weighed against the lived experiences and current circumstances of our people as shared in many testimonies. Our people have long endured far greater hardships just to remain on Maui, home on Maui, dispersed and displaced in and out of houselessness, working multiple jobs, and constantly adjusting, adapting, and sacrificing. Yet, STR owners suggest the only way they can afford to stay here is by continuing to take up space, take up housing, take up resources. That is not community. Council, as you discuss in the coming days, I ask that you reflect on what community means to you, and keep in mind those in your communities that fed you and raised you. Please pass Bill 9. Give our people a chance. Help keep our people home in our communities. Mahalo nui.
Thank you. Members, questions for our testifier? Seeing none, thank you so much, Ms. Cabanella.
Chair, the next testifier is Kamu Marada, to be followed by Lexi Figueroa, and then Kelsey Raposa.
It's really hard to follow. Aloha pumehana kākou. My name is Kamu Marada. I am testifying in strong support of Bill 9 to phase out short-term rentals. I was born and raised in Waipi, Oahu. Though I am not from Lahaina, I am fortunate enough now to call it home, and fortunate enough to be in a position to give back through community partnerships. I cannot speak as a kupu of Lahaina or a data analyst. I can only echo what those before me have said and speak as a Kanaka Maoli born and raised in Hawaii. My parents have been educators in Nanakuli, Oahu for over 20 years, and they have never had the privilege of owning a home. To hear the opposition stress how hard it is to own 4 vacation rentals puts a knot in my chest. I have heard testimony from those that refer to Lahaina as an attraction of Maui rather than the people and the history that makes it, all the while arguing how much they advocate for the community and contribute to our living and breathing economy. It is undeniably clear that our home is nothing more than an investment opportunity and a means to fill their pockets. Most of all, it shocks me to hear the opposition still demand respect, hospitality, and aloha after their exploitation and prostitution of our resources. The opposition has expressed a number of times that this bill has created a divide in the community and that they are starting to feel as if they don't belong. If your livelihood, if your lifestyle solely depends on restricting one's access and right to live in their homeland, the land that their ancestors' bones are buried, you do not belong here. I think this bill is a small step in whispering this message, and I look forward to hearing this message amplified. We are fighting for much more than protecting our investments. We are protecting our right to raise our keiki in our homeland. I urge the chair and the council to advocate for the experiences of those here on this aina rather than the experience of tourists during their week-long stay. Mahalo.
Thank you. Members, questions for our testifier? Seeing none, thank you so much. Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Lexi Figueroa, to be followed by Kelsey Raposa, and then Ron Celiardo.
Aloha Chair and Council members, my name is Lexi Figueroa, and I'm here to express my strong support for Bill 9. I may not be from Lahaina, but I stand firmly alongside the Lahaina community and with those who choose to put people over profit. I live in Wailuku and volunteered at the War Memorial Shelter immediately after the fires. I'm also a substitute teacher. I've taught students who lost their homes, their sense of safety, and in some cases, even family members. As a Native Hawaiian, I carry the history of our people and our aina with me daily, including the impacts of exploitation and displacement my ancestors endured. Maui was already facing a housing crisis. The wildfires only deepened that crisis, and our people are still living in the aftermath, even if it's not making vast headlines anymore. Yet hundreds of units on the Minatoia list are still being used as short-term rentals, many owned by people who only visit Maui just for a few months out of the year, while many Lahaina families remain houseless, living in cars, bouncing between relatives' homes, or on waiting lists for help that for some rarely seems to come. We've heard arguments that these STRs are not suitable for long-term occupancy, but I ask those who agree with this sentiment, is a car more suitable for a family to live in? Is constant instability and uncertainty more acceptable than returning these units to serve the people who actually live here, whose families have lived in Lahaina, in Maui for generations? Those opposing Bill 9, have you ever had to wonder where you'll sleep next week? Have you ever had to choose between rent and groceries? It's not luxury, it's survival. I support Bill 9 because I've seen the need firsthand. I've looked into the eyes of families who've lost everything. I've listened to kids in my classroom talk about what they've gone through. My family has also never been able to own a home. Although all 4 of us who live under the same roof work full-time jobs, we often wonder how long we'll be able to afford our rent as the cost increases. I've seen and felt how deeply this crisis continues to affect our community. I urge you, Chair and Council members, to stand alongside your constituents in strong support of Bill 9. I'd also like to remind those who are opposed to this bill that money should never outweigh the value of community. Mahalo.
Thank you. Members, questions for our testifier? Seeing none, thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Kelsey Raposa, to be followed by Ron Celiardo, and then the caller with the last 4 digits, 5635.
I'm going to keep it short. Aloha mai kako. My name is Kelsey Raposa. I am from the beautiful moku of Wailuku. My roots run deep on Maui, going generations back when our great queens and kings ruled over our islands. I strongly support Bill 9 because Hawaii isn't Hawaii without Kanaka, and we all know that. By passing this bill, it gives my ohana and many other ohana hope to stay on Maui and not have to worry about housing insecurities and where we're gonna lay our head the next month. It's one step closer to build generational wealth through aina, not money, aina. Reclaiming what is our birthright. In my opinion, people who aren't Kanaka should not be owning any land or property in Hawaii. But that's another conversation that we can have at a different time, yeah? Kalamai for this next part, I know there's keiki in here, but don't shoot the messenger. When kupuna tell you to say something, you say something, yeah? First of all, I wanna say, with the utmost respect to the council members and my kupuna, Kalamai, if you oppose this bill, in the words of the great Kendrick Lamar, disrespectfully, no, you are not a colleague. You're a fucking colonizer. Mahalo nui, me ke aloha.
Members, questions for our testifier? Seeing none, thank you.
Chair, the next testifier is Ron Celiardo, to be followed by the caller with the last four digits, 5635, and then Albert Perez.
Aloha, County Council Chair and County Council. My name is Ron Celiardo. I work for the ILWU. I'm a lifelong resident here too. I had family get affected by this fire. And what I like to say is that all you STR owners, what you guys talking about and your ideas and you guys' theories is all BS, because what these Lahaina residents went through, there's no suffering you can imagine that you guys going through. So I strongly support this Bill 9. And we went through a lot, man. This is a lot. From delivering supplies to helping whoever was a disaster. Nobody was prepared for this. You know, the hotels, the apartments, and let me see, give me a little bit of time. Had a long day. Thanks for giving me the opportunity for testify. But the apartment zones, local people used to live there. Now they don't live there no more. It was not to make money. It's why the hotels was made, for them to make money, right? But these STRs, we no more business in the hotels as much as the hotels should be diverted. These STRs should be for these long-term rentals, my kids, my grandkids, and all that. So I just wanted to throw that in too. But it touches me because I see all these keiki, all these young adults. I see the suffering that they went through. We all did our duty, tour of duty in this disaster. Nobody was prepared, right?
Yeah.
But lastly, I just, want you guys to, pass this bill, man. I mean, just have it pass, and then you STR guys, we talk story later when this pass and see what's happening. You know what I mean? Remember, we all was born here. We never flew here. We get generations, islands to islands, so I just like let you guys know. Yeah, if I had my way, like the last testimony I said, I wouldn't have none of you guys get on STR on this state of Hawaii. That's my thought. No personal ill feelings. Sorry if I get a little bit of emotion, but thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you, Ron.
Aloha.
Thank you. Members, questions for our testifier? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Chair, the next testifier is the person calling in with the last four digits, 5635. Please press *6 to unmute yourself, to be followed by Albert Perez and then David Matthews. Chair, I don't see the caller on anymore. The next testifier would be Albert Perez, to be followed by David Matthews and then Ember. Mr. Perez, are you able to unmute? You may need to call in on the phone number listed in the chat with the meeting code.
Can you hear me now? Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to show you my hand.
Mr. Go ahead, Mr. Perez.
Yes, Mahalo Chair, Kama, members of the committee. So the original plan for tourism in Maui Town was to focus it in resort areas.
Is someone gonna tell him? Someone's gotta tell him.
Mr. Perez. Mr. Perez. Do you want to start your testimony again? Because it sounds like a rubber ducky.
Chair?
Yes.
Apologies. I think Mr. Perez is having a technical difficulty. You might want to try, you're sounding, yes, please. Maybe try call in. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, Ron. Okay.
Chair, the next
So, Mr. Matthews?
Chair, the next testifier is David Matthews, to be followed by Amber Ing, to be followed by Sarah Hauptmann. Chair,
yes.
Going on to Amber, I'm not sure how to pronounce it, Ing, or it's the letters NGO, apologies, to be followed by Sarah Hauptmann and then Junior Nakoa.
Is it me? Amber, no, yeah. Okay. Aloha, my name is Amber, and I strongly oppose Bill 9, as this bill will take away the economic opportunities that allow me to make a living and be present and active for my son. I worked for the Westin and Hyatt from 2015 to 2018. I made $17 to $21 per hour, 8 hours per day, and paid a sitter $10 per hour for 10 hours per day when there is no school. During school breaks, getting childcare was another stress-filled challenge. When my son got sick, getting days off was not always approved, and I had to choose between my job or my son. Many working parents and families can share in my struggles. The SDR industry allowed me to earn an income and be a mom. It provided and created jobs and economic opportunities for me. When my son was sick during grade school, I got time off to care for him. I received the grace and support to care for him without fear of losing my only income. When there's no school, I could take him with me to the office. I would never be able to do this with Hyatt or Westin or another corporation. Phasing out 6,000 SCRs will cause me to lose my income and ability to be an active mom in my son's life. I don't know another job that would provide me this flexibility. I'm not alone in this position. I have friends and colleagues that are in the same position as I. I've lost friends to the mainland from job losses, and I'm scared that the passing of this bill, as written, may cause me to lose my livelihood. Thank you.
Members, questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you so much, Amber.
Thank you.
Oh, can I ask a question? Sorry.
Of her. Oh, Amber, Member Paulden has a question.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Null. Do you only service Minatoya condos?
Not only Minatoya condos, but anywhere from along Kapalua down to Wailea.
Thank you.
Those also include Minatoyas. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Sarah Hauptman, to be followed by Junior Nakoa and then Andrea. Chair, we don't see Sarah Hauptman on the line. The next testifier is Junior Nakoa, to be followed by Andrea and then Laguna Jabola Ing.
Yes, how you guys there? Sorry about, I don't have a voice. I was cheering all weekend. But, okay, first things first. My daughter, oldest daughter, she live in Honolulu. Okay, she worked as a social worker for the Easter Seals or that. Yeah, she living in a 1-bedroom condo. Yeah, in Honolulu. And that's how she going to live. Yeah? She like come home though. She like come home. So maybe, not maybe, if the SDRs can come into long term, then my baby can come home. But I know she'll like be here with her nephew, just like how I am with my grandson. She like come home. Yeah, she like come home. I mean, give her the opportunity to come home. Now my other daughter, she stay in a FEMA thing right now. And she living in a 1-bedroom condo right now. She's been there for over a year. They get one parking stall. They get smaller kind, but they make it happen. So don't listen to all these SCR guys just saying that we don't know how to make them happen. My 2 daughters doing them right now. Okay? My 2 daughters doing them right freaking now. Now, okay, Mayor Beaton and his administration. Yeah, I don't know if you guys know, I show him another boss every damn time. Yeah, call him any kind of names. But when him and his team will make the presentation about this, holy smokes, I was so impressed. I did one standing ovation. And I go shake his hand. Now, the reason why we're in this predicament of lack of housing, gang, is because of all the developments that have been passed through this kind of chamber. This chamber. Yeah. The thing went from 50%, affordable to 25%. And then I know there's a couple of you guys in this council who is against affordable in perpetuity. Okay? The reason why all these things, all these Minatoya listing came up because they went take them out of, like, not for photo anymore, and then they go buy them. Now we stuck because, all the hotels on North Kanapali were built with the promise of building 2,000 workforce housing. Okay, and I don't know what the hell went happen. Yeah, so all these condos that crybaby right now, that thing was supposed to be for the working people of Lahaina. Yeah, maybe my daughter can come home if you guys do something. Yeah, I like to be able to come over there and shake all 9 of you guys' hands. Same thing like how I did with the mayor. Yes, sir, mahalo.
Thank you, Mr. Nakoa. Members, questions for our testifier? Seeing none, thank you so much, Mr. Nakoa.
Peace out. Yes, sir.
Chair, we'd like to return to Mr. Perez. We believe he may be calling in. Mr. Perez, if you're calling in, please do star 6 to unmute, to be followed by Sarah, who we believe is in the chamber, and then Andrea, and then Laguna Jabola Ing. Mr. Perez, if that's you, *6 to unmute. Chair, moving on to Sarah, to be followed by Andrea, and then Laguna Jabola Ing.
Wait. This side.
Hi, my name is Sarah. I will say it's taking a lot of guts for me to be here because I am speaking in opposition of this bill, and this room doesn't feel very warm and welcoming to that. I wanted to take a moment and mention that by work, I do home visits. I do home visiting with people in Lahaina. I do home visits with people who have been displaced from Lahaina. Now they're living in Kihei. And I need to respect the privacy of my clients. I would love to tell personal stories about them because it is very touching. But as a whole, I notice that a lot of these individuals, they do depend on tourism for their work. And a lot of them have maybe one gentleman working in the home. He goes out, whether it's landscaping or cleaning, and then he brings money home to take care of his family, or he sends it, whether it's to Micronesia, the Marshall Islands, the Philippines, he sends it back to them. And this bill would be tearing the rug out from underneath them. And these individuals that I speak about, these families, there are disabled adults living in the home depending on this income. There are elderly living in the home depending on this income. So they are really affected by this. Now, I know this question is going to come up, and you're like, why is this girl here talking about this? I do own a short-term rental. I live here in Wailuku. Yes, I heard from over there. There it is. We bought one a year ago. I've been driving the same car for 16 years. We've scrimped and saved, and we made it happen. And, you know, if you want to make this affordable, in my eyes, an affordable one-bedroom is $1,500, $1,700. I think that's a fair price. I could never charge a local family the price that it would cost to actually run a short-term rental, as far as the maintenance fees and all the overhead and all the costs associated with it. I couldn't, in good conscience, tell a local family, oh, this condo cost me $5,000 per month. Your family needs to give me $5,000 per month. But a tourist, I could ask a tourist that in good conscience, and that can maintain the buildings, do all the sprawling, everything. They're right by the ocean. The salt is very corrosive. And I will say, if you brought that value down to maybe $200,000, you know, you want this to be the golden bullet, right? The thing that fixes everything, brings all these prices down. If you bring it down, it's still gonna have a carrying cost of like $2,500 or $3,000. And to bring it down to $200,000, my family is collateral, and you're gonna put me underwater $500,000 to make that happen. And that's a big burden for my family.
Thank you. Members, questions for our testifier? Seeing none, thank you so much, Sarah.
Chair, we'd like to return to, sorry.
I want to say something first. So, members, okay, 3 are here, and the rest of them, okay. So given that we've reached the time that I set for concluding this meeting, so this is for you staff, could you please advise the committee on the position on the testifier list that we are at right now, and the number of testifiers remaining on that list?
Chair? Oh,
yes.
Apologies. So the next testifier that we'd call would be 296. I mean, other than Mr. Perez. By our count, there's approximately 12 testifiers remaining.
Okay, thank you. So members, I'm asking you, given the number of remaining testifiers, do you want to continue the meeting to complete oral testimony or recess for the next scheduled time tomorrow? Member Paulton.
I'd love to finish it tonight. I mean, I think everybody who's here is here. And
okay. Anyone else?
I'm
Yeah,
willing
Member
to
Cook?
stay. I'm willing to stay.
Anyone else want to weigh in on this?
Yep.
Member Rollins Fernandez?
Well, Chair, I'm happy to stay as well. I'm guessing that the list may grow more than 12.
Yep.
But I guess my question for you is, are we going to finish but keep testimony open and allow for testimony tomorrow if there are any? Because I think we said that at 1.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we kind of said that we would still meet tomorrow at 1, but I'm happy to finish, like the 12 that we have now, and then if we have more tomorrow.
Okay.
I just don't want to false advertising.
Okay. Chair Lee?
Yes, thank you. I feel the same way that if we advertise or publish notice that we're having a meeting tomorrow,
Yes.
we should have the meeting tomorrow.
Yeah, we definitely will.
Yeah, okay. But I have to leave in about 15 minutes, so I'll miss some of the testimony.
Okay. Okay. Member Hodgins?
Thank you, Chair. I can stay on for a little bit, but I would like to say goodnight to my children sooner than later. But I can stay on for a little bit.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyone else want to weigh in? Member Sugimura?
Yeah, thank you. Out of respect for the people who are here and are able to, testify, then if we go through the list of 12, and if it's okay with you, I'm here. Thank you.
Okay. So here's the plan. We're going to go through the list of 12 because that's what we agreed. If other people sign up after that, we're just going to have to meet tomorrow and they'll go on that list. Does that make sense for everyone? Member Paulton?
You meant the list of 12 plus Albert Perez.
Yes, definitely Albert Perez. Hopefully his voice has improved.
Or Mickey, or whatever he's going by these days.
Well, we're going to hear
That was
from
Rubber
him.
Ducky.
Yeah. Yes, Member Cook.
What's the intention on starting deliberations? Would we finish testimony
After
tomorrow,
testimony
start
is always-
deliberations?
Yeah.
And then schedule the mayor and everybody for further deliberations?
When we have deliberations, that's when we're going to invite the mayor back. So the intent, I think, was if we can finish our testimony tomorrow, then we can start on July 2nd with the mayor, and we can go into deliberations if after tomorrow we're done with all of our testifiers.
Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. Staff has asked for a short recess, so it is 8:02. We're going to take a 5-minute recess till 8:07. HLU is now in recess. Will the Reconvene HLU Committee meeting of June 9th reconvene? It is now 8:08 p.m. And staff, where did we leave off with Mr. Perez?
Yes, Chair. The next testifier is Albert Perez, to be followed by Andrea, and then Laguna Jabola Ing.
Okay, so staff, members, if you don't mind, we may not get the 12 to the 12 in the next hour. So if you don't mind, I'd like to be able to end our meeting tonight at 9 and then continue testifying tomorrow if we still have some left and whatever might come. Is that good? Thank you, the people online. Thank you for the online. Okay. Tom said okay, Nohe said okay, Keani said okay, Gabe said okay, and I guess Shane did too. Was they not saying? Yeah, go. You gotta go. Yeah, we have quorum. Okay. We're at Mr. Perez, is that right, Ellen?
Yes, Chair.
All right, Albert. Speak to us.
Yes, I'm a little bit afraid to speak. Is that any better?
You're good.
Okay. Mahalo, Chair Kama, members of the committee. My name is Albert Perez. I'm not Donald Duck. So the original plan for tourism in Maui County was to focus it in resort areas and keep it out of our communities. Over time, using loopholes in the apartment zone, short-term rentals crept in, but unlike bed and breakfast homes, there's no owner on site to maintain order and respect neighbors. So after a while, nearby residents had few neighbors, just a parade of visitors. The Maui Island plan says many TBRs are also part-time vacation homes with owners paying for the mortgage using TBR, thereby driving up housing costs. So that jumped out at me. If we reduce the number of short-term rentals in the apartment district, the cost of housing should decline. Existing TBRs already have water. Lack of water is already limiting housing, and climate change is reducing available water. Bill 9 would provide housing that already has water to residents, who should be our priority. But Bill 9 is only one of several things that need to be done to bring balance back to our island home where visitors are housed at the resorts and neighborhoods can thrive. So Maui Tomorrow supports Bill 9 as part of a three-step plan. First, pass the bill with no exemptions for particular properties. Second, include a 3-year phase-out period to give owners time to adjust and apply for changes in zoning on a case-by-case basis. And third, the county can purchase appropriate Minatoya properties using affordable housing funds. And I'm going to go into a little more detail. So in step 1, passing the bill with no exemptions, according to the property rights attorneys that we have consulted, carve-outs could make the ordinance vulnerable to challenge because the laws need to apply uniformly. If the council picks winners and losers in the apartment district, the law could be thrown out in court. They also tell us that any challenged regulation is presumed to be constitutional, especially in highly regulated industries like SCRs. Property owners have a low success rate on constitutional takings claims. The second part, the 3-year phase-out, people need to make the case that short-term rental is appropriate for that property. There should be no automatic rezoning, especially not as part of Bill 9. If too many units are rezoned to hotel, the positive impact of this bill will be reduced. And the third step, the county can purchase by either buying the units outright or offering down payment assistance to local residents, which would harness the earning power of local residents, and the housing funds would go 5 times further. And that 3-step approach would ensure that a good number of these units would be returned to the local housing market.
Thank you, Mr. Perez. So your time is up, but did you send this in writing to us?
I did not, but I can.
Thank you. Members, any questions for Mr. Perez? Seeing none, thank you so much. Staff?
Okay, mahalo.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Chair, the next testifier is Andrea, to be followed by Laguna Jabola Ing, and then we'd like to return to Ember.
Okay. Andrea. Let's see, Andrea. I don't see Andrea. Is she on Teams?
Laguna, you are unmuted on our end. You need to unmute yourself. If you're unable to do that, we suggest you call in to the phone number listed in the chat. Oh, there you are.
Oh. No, that's Laguna Jabola Ing. We're looking for Andrea, right? But you want to take Laguna?
Yes, I don't believe Andrea is on the call anymore. Thank you.
Aloha, Laguna.
Oh, and Chair.
Yes.
Chair, will you please make sure the other participants are muted so that I already heard reverb. I want to be able to hear Mr. Jabola Ing.
Yeah. Please proceed.
Well, aloha, aunties and uncles. My name is Laguna, and I'm 9 years old. I like to look pictures of me as a tiny baby on Maui with my mommy and daddy. My dad is from Maui, and so is my Grammy. Now we visit, we have to stay in a hotel, and it's so expensive. I haven't been there for over a year. I'd want to fish where my dad learned. I want to hike on the trails my papa Mark walked on. And I want to have Christmas at my grandma's house again. But that dream just keeps getting further away because people who aren't from here just keep buying multiple houses. And that's not fair because they're turning them into hotels to make easy money. Please pass Bill 9 so kids like me can grow up knowing where they came from. Please, aunties and uncles, this is your chance to bring our home. Mahalo.
Thank you, Laguna. Members, any questions for Mr. Jabola Ing? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good job.
Mahalo.
Chair, the next testifier is Ember, to be followed by Susanna, and then Rob Silvernagel.
Okay, Ember. Ember.
Aloha, Chair and Council members. My name is Ember. I am in support of Bill 9. If we don't change things, kids like me won't have a place to stay. I don't know why they say local people can't live in condos. My dad has a condo in Kihei, and hopefully I can live there when I grow up if there are no houses I can afford to. Too many local people have to live in their cars or bushes. Please make this bill pass. Mahalo.
Members, questions for our testifier? Seeing none, thank you so much, Ember.
Good job.
Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Susanna, to be followed by Rob Silvernagel, and then JD.
Okay.
Chair, the next testifier is Rob Silvernagel, to be followed by JD, and then to be followed by Caston Guy William. Chair, seeing no response and not seeing them online, the next testifier would be JD, to be followed by Caston Guy William, and then Gretchen Lozano, to be followed by Kaliko Okalani Taruya. Chair, not seeing JD on the line either. The next testifier is Caston Guy William, to be followed by Gretchen Lozano, and then Kaliko Okalani Taruya. We did just have a phone caller join, so if we have just called your name, you could unmute by pressing *6 and letting us know your name. Otherwise, proceeding with Castengui William. Please unmute yourself. If you're unable to unmute, please call in on the phone number in the chat. Chair, the next testifier is Gretchen Lozano, to be followed by Kaliko Okalani Taruya, and then Kaya Cabanella.
Aloha, Council. My daughter is Kaliko. I was telling her she had a little bit more time. She's going to have to call in because she's not with me tonight. I had to come from work. So mahalo for the opportunity to testify. I actually just came from a really awesome meeting about our solid waste initiatives. And so I think that, I mean, there's so much to say about this, but I'm going to stick to what I think I'm best at, which is talking about the programs that I run and that I do within our solid waste area. So a lot of the waste initiatives that we have coming up are dependent on closed loop systems or relatively closed loop systems. So hotel areas like Ka'anapali, that is a relatively closed loop system. We have a lot of waste initiatives that are super exciting coming up to divert food waste, to divert all the compostable food service. We actually have reusable programs coming up for all of these areas. But it's really important to understand that in the STR areas, like places that are supposed to be long-term rentals for residents, those programs only work if they are long-term residents living there, because people who come for a week, they can't sign up for things like, and they don't want to, you know, sign up for compost services, the reusable initiatives. It only works if we have all of the tourists in one area that we can manage and that we can control. And then we can allow those residential programs to happen in the residential areas for these, for our community members. They have to sign up for the programs, and then we can, you know, get all of this waste diversion. And I think that nobody has talked about that, but as far as our natural resources like water, they use so much more water. We need a whole bunch of water in order to compost things, and if they're using like 7 to 10 times as much water in these areas, it allows less water for us to be able to compost and create more aina for people to use to grow food. I mean, it's all a whole system that we're trying to have 90% of our food actually grown here. But we can't do that if we don't have the resources and we don't have the people that are our local people buying into these programs or participating. So
thank you so much.
Yeah.
Members, questions for our testifier? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Wow. Asta?
Chair, returning to Castengui William. If you have called in, you can do *6 to unmute. And then the next testifier would be Kaliko Okalani Taruya, to be followed by Kaya Cabanella. Chair, moving on to Kaliko Okalani Taruya, to be followed by Kaya Cabanella, and then Alex Bendtov.
Chair, I think Kaliko is calling in. Her mom said.
Okay. Chair, the next testifier would be Kayaka Mitchell, to be followed by Alex Bendtov, and then Tom Krieg. Kayaka Mitchell, are you able to unmute yourself? Chair, we suggest that Kayaka try calling in on the number in the chat. Proceeding with Alex Bendtov. Alex, if you're able to unmute. I guess we need to suggest that you call in as well. There is a phone number in the chat with a meeting code. And then you use *6 to unmute. Chair, the next testifier would be Tom Krieg, to be followed by Anon AJ. Chair, we don't see Tom Krieg on the call, so the next testifier would be Anon AJ. If you're able to unmute, it would be your turn to testify. Chair, we do have new callers. If you are calling in and you're one of the people we just called, please raise your hand or unmute yourself. That's *6 to unmute. And Chair, we see Kayaka Mitchell has raised their hand. Kayaka, go ahead and unmute yourself if you're able to. If you're calling in, you would do that by doing *6. You are enabled on our end. Chair, we're admitting a new phone caller to the meeting. We need to promote them.
Yes.
If you've just called in and you've been called to testify, please unmute by doing pressing *6.
Good evening.
Yes.
Can you please identify
Thank you.
yourself?
This is Kayaka Mitchell calling in.
Okay. Please proceed.
Shame. Where are we going? We have no home. We have no house. Where do you think we're going? We have no house. You guys get house. We like one too. You like us go camp on your house? We don't like live on the streets. Those were the cries of the Keiki from the Waimanalo eviction of June 3rd, 1985, for those who's been around that long. Yes, 40 years. Aloha and good evening, members of the Maui County Council Housing and Land Use Committee. As I shared, my name is Kayaka Mitchell. I'm a Native Hawaiian, an employee of the state's largest health insurer, a community advocate that fights for our keiki in early childhood. Once served our Lahaina community with the State Department of Health Task Force team, a licensed realtor, managed an affordable housing complex in Lahaina. However, I speak for myself and not in the capacity in which I work in. Like brave Mahialani Whithelm, who previously spoke and provided testimony, I too was moved to provide testimony for the first time. Today, I support Bill 9. As a child who grew up in a homeless shelter, relied on SNAP benefits and other state support, I know how fragile stability can be and how vital access to affordable long-term housing and building for our better future. My wife and I are hardworking and as adults have saved up money and now reside in a home where we own and have been blessed with, and the development also known as workforce housing. I stand here with deep personal history In the late 1980s, I stood with my grandmother as she stood in Aloha Aina, standing up for our land, our people, and was arrested alongside her at 2 years old, defending Hawaiian sacred spaces. The spirit of Malama Aina has guided my life. Bill 9 seeks to restrict vacation rentals in apartment district and prioritize long-term community-based housing. This bill is no more than policy. It's a movement to protect our lands and to ensure our families like mine who face displacement and hardship can be put down and can put our roots and thrive here on Maui. Some of the testifiers may not have been educated on our lands and were taken from us from the Great Mahele and other injustices, displacing Hawaiians and fracturing our community ties. Bill 9 is a way to restore that balance by closing loopholes that have allowed short-term renters to replace stable, long-term housing. It's about honoring our kuleana, our responsibility to Malama Aina to care for the families and the future generations to come. I remind you the decision that you make today, and I'm closing, will be judged not only by your grandchildren that are yet to come. As many of us know and sit in those chairs, you guys know that what we do reflects 7 generations before us and
Thank you,
7
Mr.
generations
Mitchell.
to come.
Thank you for your
Have a good
testimony.
night.
Your time is up. But members, questions for Mr. Mitchell? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Chair, doing a last call for Caston Guai William. If you're on the call, please press star 6 to unmute, to be followed by Alex Bendtov and Anon AJ. If any of you are calling in, please press star 6 to unmute.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead. Please identify yourself.
This is Alex Bendtov. Are you able to hear me?
Yes. Yes, we are, Alex.
Okay, all right, thank you. So, dear council members, my name is Alex Bendtov. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to testify. My testimony is in opposition of Bill 9. My family owns a vacation rental we acquired a few years ago, which was previously used as a short-term rental for 10 years. While I completely understand the hardship many in the local community are facing when it comes to housing affordability, Bill 9 will not solve this problem. Even if Minatoya STVRs are banned, there is no clear path how that will make a dent in the housing crisis. Even if condo prices drop 50%, which is more than study predicts, there will be that the price will still not be affordable. Renting long-term will not work for owners who use the unit part of the time, so there is a good chance the unit will just sit empty. We keep hearing about choosing people over profit. At the same time, let's be pragmatic. Our family is not able to afford to rent at a loss, and our break-even point is around $3,500, which no one would pay for a 700 square foot condo. We would have to sell, and the property would likely get picked up by a different investor. This is a net effect of a local family-owned cleaning company losing business. How is it going to help anyone? Short-term rentals pay significantly more in property taxes, and if they go away, somebody would need to observe the difference, or cuts in spending will be needed to balance the budget. This might result in taxes going up for everyone, and even if you're renting, your landlord will likely pass this on in the form of rent increases. Passing of this bill will result in job loss and local businesses closing. Your friends and neighbors might be forced to move away. I truly hope that the council will make a decision based on facts and data and not based on emotions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bendtov. Members, any questions for our testifier? Seeing none, thank you so much, Mr. Bendtov. Staff?
Chair, if we don't have a Caston Guy William or Anon AJ, we could go to Al Medeiros.
Okay, this is Anon AJ.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
Aloha, and thank you for allowing me to testify. I've listened to all these days of testimony, and although I have an SCR, it is in the hotel zone, so it's not impacted by this bill. But I do not think it is, the way it is written is a bill. There's so many things that, I mean, it's such a tragedy what happened and, you know, the issues that are happening. But I see that, you know, there are places to buy, like the IL Parkside has listing for a one-bedroom, one-bath condo family that's been on the market for over 100 days. They continue to lower the price, which is now $300K with 518 AOALTs, yet no one has bought it. Is it because it's in Waialuku? I don't know. But the first home I was able to buy was due to government assistance with a down payment and having to shoot 45 minutes each way. I've heard people testify they could fill the pools and take turns mowing lawns. Sounds like a plan. But for my building, the lawn and pool are the least of the cost. You know, there are for water, electricity, propane, refuse. In my building alone costs $70,000 a month. Elevator contracts and repair of 180K. The kicker of them all is the building insurance of $1.6 million with a $50,000 deductible. There's also parking lot maintenance, painting, roof, etc. The presentation Mayor Bisson showed at the stated that building homes, and I believe is about 450 a year, would not help the supply for the many, many years that is the problem. We must get the rate of building to a higher rate. I must say, my first home I bought when I was 30 years old. I luckily had a 2% assistant down payment for a $250,000 home. I had excellent credit, but it did require me to travel over 30 minutes to my job. You know, we have to have sacrifices to build our wealth. And I think that, you know, it's important that people build their wealth by home ownership and not by rentals. And I think we should use all the tax dollars created by the TAT tax to help assist people. But people are not going to be able to do long-term rentals. They have bad credit if they don't have jobs. Thank you. And please.
Anon AJ, your time is up. Members, do you have questions for our testifier? Member Seymour?
Could you submit your testimony in writing, or did you? Thank you.
No, I have just been listening to these days of testimony, and I felt like I had to say something.
Thank you. It just was hard to hear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Al Medeiros, and that is currently the last person signed up at the moment.
Aloha mai kako, Alfred Kalkuna Medeiros ko inoa no wainai mai au. Mahalo, Chair. Mahalo to all our council members. Mahalo Lahaina for standing up for our people, not only in Maui, but all Hawaii ne. I support Bill 9 because we need this, and it needs to trickle down to every single island. The shame of you for the people out there that's not of Hawaii, that's not from Hawaii, to say what you say in every single testimony. I heard some lady say something the other day about the annexation, and this is retaliation. No, we're looking for repatriation. We're looking for reparations, right? We're looking for put our people back in the homes that they belong in. Enough is enough, guys. If you guys were representing the people on that board, you guys will do what is right. I hear all these people talk about money this, money that. Hey, that's great. We need money to survive. But you guys are thriving when we're trying to get by to survive in this overpriced paradise. We're hurting. Have any of you been out there to help the people of Lahaina when it burned down? All you big money people, aole, not one of you. You guys have more concerns about yourselves. Just like that one man that says he has over 600 something units and he'll leave empty and not rent out to people. What kind of people are you? You guys have no heart. You guys have no aloha. Why are you guys here? Who invited you? Because for myself, you have overstayed your welcome. That's not the type of people that we want to have here in Hawaii. You guys are pushing our own people out while you guys are coming in by the dozens and having no care or concern about our people, about our land, about our resources. Enough is enough. I would have been up there in person today, and you guys wouldn't want this feeling. I guarantee that. But I fell off of a Alka, you know what I mean? I do my thing as a cultural monitor. You know, as a cultural monitor, I watch people all the time do what they do, from desecration to doing all these big property developments and everything in between, right? While watching outside foreign workers come in and push our local people out. This is exactly what these little short-term rentals is. They're pushing our people out. You guys need to put our people back into homes and please do what is right. Not for our generation, not for your guys' generation, but for our future generations. And if you guys can handle what I'm saying or how the truth comes as blunt as it is, by all means, get the next flight back home. Southwest, your $160 flights right now, one way. Yeah? That's what I gotta say. Mahalo for you guys' time. And I'll be up there the next time. I'd love to fly up there and talk to everybody. And mahalo to everybody, especially our youth that continues to fight and rise up. Mahalo to our council members that are doing what is pono to ensure that our keiki have a home in Hawaii, especially on Maui. You guys have a good night, except for you guys not from here. Aloha.
Aloha. Members, any questions for our testifier? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Medeiros. Staff?
Chair, no one else has signed up to testify. If anyone in the audience or on Teams would like to testify, please come up to the mic and begin your testimony, or use the raise your hand function on Teams and staff will unmute you. I will provide a brief countdown.
Oh, wait, I thought we were just taking the people that signed up and continuing tomorrow. Was that not the plan? Or that wasn't the plan?
We've exhausted all of our testifiers. So unless, well,
I thought you had said that we were gonna take the next 12 and then.
no, that was the 12. We'd used those 12.
Chair.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yes, so we're just doing a last call. It's 8:40. Chair indicated that the committee might go till 9 o'clock. So we're just doing a last call in case there was anybody who didn't testify but was planning to testify tonight. We could still perhaps take them.
So, okay, so members, we've reached the end of our testifier list. I believe that we provided ample opportunity for all segments of our community. So as such, I'd like to close oral testimony, and written testimony can still be accepted. But members, according...
Yeah, Chair.
Yes, Member
Chair.
Roland Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Yesterday at the end of our meeting, I went through what I thought was the plan. And so people heard me explain that in the meeting and understood that to be the plan. And so some folks felt that there was a certainty that we were giving, that there would be continued testimony on Wednesday at 1. And so, since we've exhausted the list, I don't anticipate it being like another 200 people. But I know people relied on that statement of continuing to accept testimony on Wednesday at 1. And so I'd like to keep testimony open for tomorrow.
Comments, members? Yes, Member Paulton.
I thought that's what you had said, that we were gonna keep it open till tomorrow, and I think that's why people went home, all the babies and stuff. Because if you hadn't said that and that we were gonna finish tonight, and I don't think they would have gone home, but I would like to go home. I think the tide went down, and so maybe the ocean isn't crossing the highway anymore.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, Member Figueroa?
Yeah, I think people are expecting 1 o'clock tomorrow. Chair, it's your call. But I believe that's what has transpired. You have extended tonight past 8 o'clock, which
Yep.
was, which was an extension of time for people to sign up. But I think in that conversation, there was opportunity, it sounded like, that people could also come tomorrow at 1 o'clock.
Any other members would like to weigh in on this? Member Johnson? Go ahead.
Aloha, Chair. I totally support opening, tomorrow's meeting to continue as was planned. But I just want to let you know I have a 1:30 meeting with the Public Works Committee. So sorry, I'm just gonna have to step out.
Okay. Anybody else? Member Cook?
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to be on the Big Island with some of the members of the administration tomorrow. So we leave at 5 and get back at about 8. Actually, we leave at 6:30, but get back at about 8. So I'm looking forward to the deliberations and whatnot with the administration, but I won't be here for tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else? Member Fulton?
I guess previously I hadn't realized I was coming tomorrow because the workshops in Lahaina is at 1 o'clock, but I did go to that today, so I can forego going to that tomorrow and show up over here tomorrow. And I think my household went to sleep, but if not, good night, guys. I'll see you in about an hour.
Cute.
Any other members have comments? Member Rollins Fernandez.
Hello, Chair. So at 7:45, when we were having the discussion about how many more testifiers we're going to accept tonight, we did have this conversation about taking the 12 testifiers or for, as long as we were going to go tonight.
Yes.
And then we're going to keep public testimony open, oral testimony open for tomorrow. I know Chair Lee said that was, she was supportive of that before she left. Yeah. So that's, if you can do it, it's you, me, Member Sugimura.
I think only Mr. Cook
Member Johnson
is not going to be with us. Mr.
Member
Johnson has to leave because he has.
Yeah, he's going to step away.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I think we should commit to what we already stated multiple times in 2 different meetings now. We said it yesterday at the end of the meeting, and then we said it today at 7:45. So I think it's important that we, stick to what we've publicly said to people, and people took that to be true and didn't testify tonight, so that, because they expected testimony to continue tomorrow.
Okay. So the will of the body is to keep testimony open until tomorrow at 1 o'clock when we reconvene till 4:30. And I think hopefully if we get through our testimonies tomorrow, then we can, according to Sunshine, have a short discussion and then actually recess until we can go into deliberations. Correct? Okay. So members, yes, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Chair, if we do, if oral testimony only takes like an hour, are we gonna go into any more deliberation than what's necessary to close public testimony?
I think the purpose of the discussion is to allow us to go into deliberation, but the mayor and his team won't be here to be able to answer some of our questions.
Oh, right. They're going to be with Member Cook.
Yeah. So the idea is if our testimonies end before the closing time at 4:30, we could certainly but recess until the next time we meet.
Okay.
Make sense?
Mahalo, Chair.
Okay.
Yep.
Member Hodgins?
Hi, Chair. Sorry. There's dishwashing going on in my house right now, so if you hear noise, it's that. If tomorrow we're POW early, I'm happy to do whatever you would like to do, but I'm wondering if Corp Council is ready to go into executive session. I think there's a couple of questions we might have that might not necessarily need the mayor's team, but we would need Corp Council. I mean, they can be there too, but I think eventually that's something we would need to discuss in executive session is some of the legal potential ramifications of this bill. So I'm not too sure when they'll be available, but if tomorrow we POW early, maybe that's something we can discuss. And if not, we can do that next week, Wednesday, when we come back and have admin in.
Mr. Nunokawa.
Thank you.
I think that there was sort of both me and Kristen Tarnstrom both were, so I'm not sure on her readiness, and I can't speak for her until I talk to her.
Okay. So Member Hodgins, did you hear that? That his
I
partner?
did, and I know that Mimi and sometimes Tori is with the gang that's going tomorrow, which I just realized after I muted myself. But thanks, Chair.
You're welcome. Members, any other questions that you have? Seeing none? Okay, members, it is now 8:50 p.m. Yes.
Apologies. If the body's intent is to recess now, then we just want to state for the record, so the body will be recessing to tomorrow, which is June 25th.
Yes.
To 1:00 p.m.
Yeah.
The committee will be using the same online meeting connections on Teams, as well as the same in-person location here in the council chamber.
Thank you. So with that being said, members, the HLU committee meeting of June 9th is now in recess until tomorrow, June 25th at 1 p.m. Thank you.